We request all the members to kindly take their seats on the dais. I now request our student volunteers to kindly come on stage and welcome esteemed chair members and the guests with a bouquet. I invite Divya to present a bouquet to our program chair, Professor Amrish Chakrabarti.
We now call Akriti to welcome Professor Prasad Ankar. We request Mehal to kindly present a bouquet to Vice Chair Professor Vishal Singh. Now I invite Janvi to welcome our Vice Chair Professor Mohammed Shahid. Finally, we call upon Anjali to present bouquet to Head of Department Shivaji. Let's give our distinguished guest and the volunteers a big round of applause. And with that, let's officially begin the 10th edition of the International Conference on Research into Design.
Moving on, I would like to introduce and welcome the conference chair, Professor Prasad Onkar, for the welcome address. Professor Onkar completed his PhD in Computer-Aided Conceptual Design from the Department of Design and Manufacturing, ISC Bengaluru, formerly known as CPDM. He holds an MTech in Product Design and Manufacturing from Visvesvaraya Technological University and a Bachelor of Engineering in Mechanical Engineering from Karnataka University. Before joining IIT Hyderabad, Professor Onkar served as an assistant professor in the Department of Design at IIT Guwahati and was a visiting researcher at the Virtual Prototyping Lab in Politecnico di Milano, Italy. He also served as the head of design department at IIT Hyderabad. Please join me in welcoming a warm welcome to Professor Prasad Onkar. Sir, the floor is yours.
Okay. So, good morning. Uh, Welcome all of you to this 10th edition of International Conference on Research into Design. Uh, uh, First of all, I would like to invite uh, the program chair, Professor Amresh Chakravarti, who has been spearheading this conference series for the last 20 years. And it would not have been possible to achieve this scale without his continuous effort and all the hard work he has put into this. Uh, Now, I would like to welcome Vice Chair of this conference, Professor Vishal Singh, the faculty at IISc Bangalore, Department of Design and Manufacturing, and also my counterpart at IIT Hyderabad, Professor Mohammed Shahid, who has been part of the organizing team, and then they have been putting up all these efforts to make this event happen. So, with this, I would like to take you through some of the conference-related things as part of my presentation. But again, still people are trickling in. I welcome all of you. Although statistics and other things they will be presenting, but I only would like to welcome people from all over the world who have been assembled here, and looking forward to having great interactions with all of you. Okay. Um, so uh, um, to start with, uh, so let me introduce the theme of the conference. It talks about two elements, which is responsibility and resilience. When we were trying to look at the theme of the conference, how what are the things which go into this conference. One is the responsibility aspect and the resilience. And because of the elements which were designed, it was also become part of the branding for the conference. And with these two elements, you see all the other things coming up. And if you see all the keynotes, parallel sessions, and icon keynotes, etc., there are many themes which are reflecting from this, and it encompasses the broader aspects of society. Hence the theme of responsible and resilient design. And um, you are going to look at all these aspects in the next 3 days. So uh, um this is also the 10th edition of Icord, and at the same time, we are also celebrating the 10th anniversary of Department of Design at IIT Hyderabad, and a silver jubilee of CPDM, and now Department of Design and Manufacturing at IISc. So, with that, I welcome all of you to this conference. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you. So, let me inform about the kit which you are all going to get, and I'll just explain what are the things in that. Uh, so, basically, you have these things in the kit. So there's a bag, and then there's a bottle, water bottle. It's also a flask. Maybe if you want to have some warm water in this winter, can have. And then there's a ID card. I'll talk about that. And then we have abstract booklet, which contains all the 400 plus paper abstracts. And again, many of these things are evolved from the culture and tradition of this particular region. And broadly, there are things like ikat, cherial, and bidri. So we'll be seeing many of them in this. So we have um, an ikat stole in the bag, which is directly uh, manufactured from the artisans or the craftsmen who work with this, and it's one of the traditions which is specific to this region. uh, we have t-shirts, and then there's a map. um of course, t-shirt is not part of the kit. If anybody wish to buy, they can intimate at the registration desk. They will be able to arrange that, hopefully by today evening. If you inform, they'll be able to arrange. Then there is a notepad and pen, and then there are some bookmarks. So we just wanted to mention that in the abstract booklet, the last few pages, starting from page number 575, there are something called as tweets on each of the papers. So I suggest you go through that. Just reading those 20-25 pages will give you the whole gist of the conference. So it's one of the key elements which we have put into this. And I suggest maybe you fill up your bottle, and then we try to reduce usage of paper gloves. Thank you. Uh, then coming to the iCard, this is I suggest all of you carry your iCard all the time, because it's a single point access to many of the your lunch, dinner, etc. And there is also some elements of craft built into this. The typically in Telangana, the mask basically it covers the face. So similarly, the QR code here basically covers the identity of a person. So you see that the whatever painting you see, it's very specific. It's called Cherial mask painting. And then there are some numbers, and but yeah, uh, the ID card also has these other uh, documents, which is also the pass to the gala dinner. The kit also contains some literature, and we are going to see more about that in the Icon Award presentation. But basically, these are some of the pioneering works done by some of these uh, Icon Award against whom these awards are named. So this is the campus map. Just to if anybody who is staying here in guest house or in hostel. So as you see on the left side, there is this uh, main entrance, and then the venue of the ICORD, which is happening in the convention center. Next to that is the guest house, and if you go towards north, there is the Department of Design building, and then uh, if you go again further north, there is this hostels, Some of you are already staying there. So we have a shuttle bus service which ply from the hostel circle somewhere there till the route is already shown. It is there in your kit. You can refer to that. In case if you have any issues, please uh, contact anybody at the registration desk. And there's also a WhatsApp group which is very active in sharing the information. Please feel free to reach out to us in case of any requirements. So with that, maybe I'll stop here, and again welcoming you all for this um, event. I hope you will have a very um, informative and engaging sessions, and also enjoyable stay here in Hyderabad. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, to give an overview of the conference, I would like to introduce the program chair, Professor Amaresh Chakrabarti. Professor Chakrabarti is a senior professor and the current chair of the Department of Design and Manufacturing at IISc Bangalore. With a BE in Mechanical Engineering from IIST Shibpur, an ME in Mechanical Design from IISc, and a PhD in Engineering Design from the University of Cambridge, he brings a wealth of academic and professional expertise. He has authored 35 books, over 300 peer-reviewed articles, and holds 13 patents. While his co-authored Design Research Methodology, DRM, is widely recognized as a framework for design research. As a pioneer, he founded Ideas Lab, India's first design observatory, and co-initiated the country's first smart factory R&D platform. Professor Chakrabarti's contributions to sustainability, creativity, design informatics, and smart manufacturing have earned him recognition as one of the top 1% of researchers globally in design practice and management. Let's welcome Professor Chakrabarti to the stage.
Well, thank you very much, and a very warm welcome to all of you. I suppose it's in India we should change the phrase from warm welcome to cool welcome because we prefer to have it cool here. So, a very cool welcome from the wonderful city of Hyderabad and the wonderful IIT Hyderabad campus. Um, I would like to very quickly show you. Can you go back to the slides, please? The slides. Okay, so I can just use this. Okay. All right. So I would give a half a minute introduction to my department. My department at Indian Institute of Science, where it started Icord. It used to be called CPDM, Center for Product Design and Manufacturing, and now it's called DM, Department of Design and Manufacturing. It started in 1998, and it's one of the most intensive, research-intensive design schools in the country. In 1997, a year before the department was established, we started India's first MDes program in product design, industrial design engineering, and um, we run the design and manufacturing, we anchor the design and manufacturing activities at the Indian Institute of Science, which is the topmost research university in the country and one of the topmost in the world. We have four programs: a PhD program, an MTech research program, and Masters in Design in Product Design and Engineering. Now it is Product Design Development and Management, and an MTech in Smart Manufacturing that we offer at our department. And we are very lucky to have very distinguished colleagues. Six of our faculty members are in the top 2% list of Stanford more high impact researchers. And we have been running Icord since 2006. So that brings me to Icord. Icord was started just with 30 papers and 60 participants in 2006. And then in 2009, we had moved to 7,500. And then Icord 2011, it moved up further. And then first time in 2013, we went to IIT Madras to run Icord in another place. And the numbers increased accordingly. Came back to IISc Bangalore next time, every 2 years. And then 2017, we went to IIT Guwahati. Professor Kumar Chakraborty was the conference chair. Prasad Bokil was the vice chair. And in IIT Madras, it was Professor Raghu Prakash. Then we came back to IISc Bangalore 2 years later. Then IIT Bombay, Professor Ravi Puvaya. and Prasad Bokil and Vivek Kant, then came back to IISc Bangalore, and now we are in IIT Hyderabad. And what is phenomenal with Professor Prasad Onkar, Vishal Singh, and Mohammad Shahid as my conference and program chair colleagues. And you see that from 30 papers have become 487 papers, and 60 participants have become 640 papers. So I am really blessed with the way design grew as well as design research grew in this country. So this is just a conference, quick conference data, and I would like to draw your attention primarily um, to here. First time we ran the papers by invitation, and then we started evaluating them. And as you can see, the number, the sort of acceptance rates fluctuated a little bit, but we are sort of hovering at about 70% acceptance. That is the full paper. From the full paper to the full paper acceptance, that is the number. We also run an abstract because we want to get a sense of how big the conference is going to be, so that we can accordingly expand the program committee as necessary. And we are very lucky and rather overwhelmed by the number of abstract submissions. That was 1228. But thankfully, not that many papers were actually submitted, and we were just about able to manage it. Going to, so this is just a draft. As broadly you can see how the abstracts and papers submitted, selected, and so on grew over the years, and how the participation grew. As you can see, it's a phenomenal achievement of this IIT Hyderabad team that the participation has increased quite non-linearly, I would say. So I think big round of applause to the IIT Hyderabad team. This is the acceptance rate. I mean, sort of over around 70, a little bit more, a little bit less. And we try to keep the quality. That is the hallmark, of course, of any good peer-reviewed conference. And we are very lucky to have a very large um, program committee. We are publishing these 487 papers in 12 volumes, thanks to Springer Nature, which is publishing it. And Swati is sitting here, our publishing editor. So big round of applause to her. Thank you. So steering committee, I'm ever so grateful. Professor P.V.M. Rao is the chair from IIT Delhi. Professor K.S. De Bond from Labra in UK. Kota Harinarayana from National Aerospace Laboratories. John Giro from George Mason University in the US. Panos Papalambros from University of Michigan. And Steve Cully from University of Bath. Uh, and we also, of course, you know the program chair, conference chair. I'm not going to repeat, but we have also very good list of co-chairs: Professor Blessing, Devkumar Chakravarti, John Clarkson, Bino Einard, Peter Cruz, Akane Matsume, Tim McAloon, Yukari Nagai, Luciana Pereira from Brazil, Ravi Puvaya, Raghu Prakash, and Sandro Watsai. So without their support, this is not possible. We are endorsed by Design Society and Design Research Society, and we are, of course, blessed with our sponsors. Um, and this is the quick journey. 1220 papers abstract submitted, and then 699 full papers. We had 300 plus experts, actually 320, and 486 papers finally going to be presented. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. I'm really grateful for all of you to have come. I hope you enjoy the 3 days, both academically and socially. It's a wonderful social program that is going to be spoken about in a bit. Thank you so much. Enjoy, Icord.
Thanks a lot, sir. Now I invite Professor Vishal Singh, the program vice chair, to give the conference stats. Professor Singh is an associate professor at the Department of Design and Manufacturing at IC Bangalore. Previously, he worked as an assistant professor at Aalto University, Finland. Professor Singh received his PhD from the University of Sydney, Masters of Design from the Department of Design and Manufacturing at IC Bengaluru, and a Bachelor of Architecture from Birla Institute of Technology, Mesra. His research focuses on the interface of design thinking, systems thinking, and computational thinking. He has published over 100 peer reviewed international research articles, and he has been listed among the top 2% of researchers in the field of AI for built environments. Let's welcome Professor Singh to the stage.
Right. Welcome to Icord 25. I hope the slides are up. Pointer. Okay. Right. So I'll give an overview of the program. We have starting with the plenary session. We have we'll, we have four main kind of academic activities. So we have the plenary sessions, we have the parallel sessions where we have the long sessions and the shorter sessions. So long podium sessions, short podium sessions. Details of what these are will be given to you in the activities itself. So long podium sessions will have 12 minutes of presentations, 5 minutes of Q&A. And the short presentation sessions will have shorter presentations, 6 minutes. And in that, we'll not take Q&A directly at the point, but we'll have a collective discussion towards the end of the session. You'll get those instructions from the chairs as the sessions happen. We'll have a number of workshops that run. So there will be parallel sessions for the workshops. There'll be parallel sessions for the podium sessions. And then we have the plenary sessions where we'll gather together, all of us in one room. Uh, there are many different tracks as indicated by the color coding. So you'll see the in the abstract booklet as well. You can see the color coding for which sessions are which tracks, and we want to ensure that none of the papers are moved around. So if you are interested in different papers in this parallel sessions, you can follow the time as it is because we'll strictly adhere to the timings. So even if let's say an author is missing or something is changing, we'll not going to shuffle the papers. This is also for the chairs. So please stick to that so that people can move around from one session to the other if they are interested in a specific paper. So they can follow the timings. Look, so please mark your papers that you are interested in to look at and listen to the authors. And you can be assured that if they are there and its timing is correct, you will not miss the presentations. So that's the idea of sticking to the timings as such. Okay, so I'm just looking at the numbers altogether. So we have altogether 8 keynote presentations. Two of those are the Icon Award presentations, and then we have 6 regular keynote presentations. They are all part of the plenary sessions. We have two panel discussions. These are again going to be part of the collective activities. And then we have 70 parallel sessions where we'll be running those. All of these activities are in the same place. It's easy to move around. So you can go between 10 different rooms where these parallel sessions will be happening. We have 21 workshops spread across 2 parallel sessions. Uh, then we have the PhD symposium, where the students will be getting feedback on their PhD progress, and they can interact with the organizers of the symposium. We have a marketplace where you can go and see some of the work that people want to present, what they are currently working on. So again, an interesting session for people to follow and see ongoing activities of different researchers and young researchers. Then we have a young researchers event, which you'll get instructions. This is going to happen in the Department of Design, I believe. And so please look into that as well. Another very interesting session there. And then we have had a design challenge. You'll hear more about it as we come along. So with that, I think my part of the presentation is done. I'll invite Shahid, of course, they'll do that. So you'll talk about the cultural part, but yeah, I'll ask the MCs to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon Professor Mohammed Shahid, Conference Vice Chair, to discuss the cultural and social aspects of the conference. Professor Shahid is an assistant professor at IIT Hyderabad's Department of Design. He earned his BS in Textile Design from NIFT Kolkata, Masters of Design in Visual Communication, and a PhD in Design from IIT Guwahati. With a diverse background that includes experience in the textile industry and academia, he brings a unique perspective to his work. Specializing in cultural heritage, experimental typography, and visual culture, Professor Shahid has made significant contributions to design including creating the NIRF logo, which is widely recognized across India. His work has earned him multiple accolades, particularly in typography. Please join me in welcoming Professor Mohammed Shahid to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, and what a wonderful day. And I would like to say, what a wonderful day and night for us as an organizer. We are enjoying this for almost a month and working on it. And I hope whatever we have came up with, you will also enjoy. I'm here to tell you about non-serious stuff which we are going to have during the conference, because there are almost 70 parallel sessions and 20 workshops. So definitely there is going to be very serious discussion which is going to happen around the design. So we have breather as well, which is going to come mostly in the evening time. So we have cultural program which are lined up. So on the today we have in the evening we have there is a cultural program which has been organized in lecture hall, which is near design department, and we are also having uh, projection mapping, which I'm sure you're going to enjoy, which is going to happen there itself. So the Samagati, which is going to be Kuchipudi and Odissi Jugalbandi, and I hope everyone will come and then appreciate and enjoy the same thing. Next day in gala dinner, we have another cultural event which has been organized about this uh, sitar. Uh, so this String Unbound, which is going to be performed by one of the renowned artists, Swam, and that is going to, again mesmerize you. That we will make sure it will happen. And coming back to theme, which everyone as a part of the committee we were discussing, and then as the theme says, responsible and resilient design, we thought of coming up with this concept of cube where each faces shows different theme, okay, and different concepts. So every day you are going to see different faces of these cubes, and probably you are going to see new things. So this is what we should also bring as a resilient in our life. When we flip our chapters, we should every day we should see something which is new and mesmerizing and engaging. So this is what which has gone into theme. We have also displayed chariot doll exhibitions. Please go and then enjoy this. It is a very uh, uh, important craft from Telangana. And with this, I will end and over to the people. Thank you so much for coming, and have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon I now call upon Professor Shivaji, the Head of Design Department at IIT Hyderabad. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Shivaji, Associate Professor in the Department of Design and Department of Climate Change at IIT Hyderabad. After completing his Bachelor of Architecture, Masters of Design, and MBA, he did his PhD in Sustainability Assessment from IIT Guwahati. Has over 13 years of experience in both industry and academia. Professor Shivaji has launched 39 designs in the market and is actively involved in the research utilizing cutting edge technology in architecture and design. Please join me in welcoming Professor Shivaji.
So, a warm welcome, namaste, namaskar, and a very good morning to all the dignitaries, all the delegates, all the researchers, students, scholars, everyone, to the first time at the campus of Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. And we are gladly hosting this event for the first time. And let me introduce briefly about our institute first, then I'll come to the department. So, IIT Hyderabad is one of the second generation IITs, and in its very short span of its existence, it's hardly around 16 years old. it has made a remarkable, like a achievement, a remarkable journey to achieve, like the positions you can see on the screen. It is already NIRF, that is National Institutional Ranking Framework, third in innovation, and engineering it's eighth, overall national research at 15th, and overall it's at 12th, like a position. So it's truly like a remarkable for a new, like institute to achieve in its, like a short span of its existence. Well, IIT Hyderabad boasts a number of things you can see. We are now around 320 plus faculty with over 5,000 students enrolled on campus right now. So this is also one of the remarkable feats, to achieve by any such academic institutions in this, like a time. And right now we are having 19 departments, and some of these departments are open perhaps first time in the whole country, and some of these are very unique in the whole world. Okay. Like for example, Department of Artificial Intelligence, Department of Climate Change, Department of Heritage Science and Technology, etc., are the, like a first time to actually take place in a formal way in an academic and research institutions. So these are the actually some of the examples of how innovative and very different, unique approaches IIT Hyderabad has taken. And yeah, several incubation centers and robust research funding, 9 centers of excellence on campus right now, 260 plus startups on campus initiated by its own students and faculty. This is also one of the remarkable, like a feats, because lately India, under the able leadership of our government, is pushing so much on the startup ecosystems, make in India, etc. uh, Large number of projects you can see, patents, laboratories, industries, international collaborations, joint degree programs also, I would like to say, are the one of the, like a unique things what IIT Hyderabad has. Several best institutions across the world, we have actually joint degree programs with them. And proud to say, very soon Department of Design is also going to have, like a very active collaboration, international collaboration with some of the very famous, well known institutions from across the world. Academic innovation, as I said, there are very unique departments including ours. Like design also is one of the very unique phenomena to happen in the Indian context. Besides liberal arts, entrepreneurship and management, center for interdisciplinary programs, etc., so these are the some of the unique departments which are actually there at the IIT Hyderabad. And some of the major research thrust areas, if you see, are given over here, like 5G and next generation communication technologies, additive manufacturing, and artificial intelligence, bio-inspired processes and systems, catalysis, climate change. So some of these are actually very unique to the engineering and technology department, but our institute allows us to have interdisciplinary courses, programs, and like exchanges between the departments intra IIT Hyderabad. So like some of like our faculty also, we are part of, like these, like programs, departments, and we are contributing to those also. It kind of enriches, like our own understanding and bandwidth also. This is the campus layout. This is approx 600, like acres of land, little outside of the outskirts of Hyderabad city. And we proudly boast, our campus as a green campus. So as Dr. Prasad said, plastic bottles and single use plastic materials, etc., are kind of banned over here. That's why we actually plan to give you those refillable water bottles. And there are several initiatives like a homegrown autonomous navigation system, like buses and buggies you will see on campus. They are independently developed at the institute, and they are in use. They have already clocked over 5 6,000 kilometers of, like a run on campus in the last 1 year period. And there are number of like facts and figures about the institute. Now let me come to the Department of Design. So Department of Design, currently we have 12 permanent faculty, full-time faculty. We are boosted by 5 adjunct affiliate faculty from industry and other academic institutions. Number of students you can see at undergraduate level. So we have all three programs at all three levels. Currently, we have 110 like BD students, 125 master students, and PhD enrollments around 43. Number of staff 6, and the placements, like one of the best performers in our institute besides CSE, mathematics, and AI, etc. Design is also one of the wonderful performers. In academics, we have several programs, like in PhD, various research topics, etc. Master of Design, we have a Ministry of Education funded scholarship funded program, as well as self sponsored programs in three specializations. You can see visual design, product design, and interaction design. We have very unique introduced, like a program that is MDes by practice. So this is tailored mainly for the professionals from outside, who are working professionals having at least 2 3 years plus of experience. So this helps actually nurture, like that kind of talent. MDes by project, Bachelor of Design, PG certificate program also we have with the industry partners, and design minor for other BTech students from other departments in the IIT ecosystem. And besides this, we have online programs also. Number of research areas are there. It's very difficult to call all of them. So yeah, and number of facilities of labs. So this is our website, and this is the picture of our newly occupied design. So proud to have you all here. And yeah, particularly this is enriching for us because we are hosting Icord for the first time. So it's one of the amazing milestones to be added, to our department and the institute. So we warmly welcome you all to the our department, and I wish you all a good time over here. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to our esteemed delegates for their presence on the dais. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. We now request all the esteemed delegates and guests on the dais to please take the front seats. Thank you, everyone.
Our next session is the much anticipated Icon Awards. While many awards celebrate the practitioners of design, there are very few that honor the outstanding researchers and educators in this field. The Icon Awards were introduced in 2015 as a part of Icord to address this gap. Icon stands for Icord Outstanding Contribution to Design Science and Education. These awards recognize excellence in design research and education and carry the names of our four iconic figures in these domains. Each award carries the names of two figures in design education and research, Raghavan and Adakar, and Pal and Bites. To felicitate these awards, I would like to invite the chair of the session, Professor Chakrabarti, to the stage.
The first award is the Raghavan Adarkar Icon Award, named after late professors M. Raghavan and V. N. Adarkar, two pioneers of design education in India. In 1963, Professor Raghavan initiated two foundational courses in engineering design methodology at IIC Bangalore, which now continue to be taught as part of the IIC's Masters in Design program. Professor V. N. Adarkar played a pivotal role in shaping design education in India by establishing the Sir J. J. School of Applied Art in 1961, the Industrial Design Center of IIT Bombay in 1969. I now request Professor Chakrabarti on the podium to introduce and felicitate the awardee.
Okay. Okay, I'm back again. Uh, I'm delighted to announce that the recipient of the 2025 Raghavan Adarkar Icon Award is none other than Professor B. Gurumurthy. I'm just about to introduce him and then I'm going to call him on stage. Or we can call him on stage. Please come. We'll call him on stage so that people know. Yeah? Yes. Professor Gurumurthy is a professor at the Center for Product Design and Manufacturing, now Department of Design and Manufacturing, and also Department of Mechanical Engineering at IISc Bangalore. He works in computer aided design, product information modeling, computational metrology, and product design and prototyping. Before I go that, because I know him personally as well as a colleague, I must say that he's the pioneer of rapid prototyping, now additive manufacturing in this country. And he did his BTech in mechanical engineering from IIT Madras, and then did his ME and PhD at Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh under a very well-known professor Fritz Prinz. And two of his technologies, automatic feature recognition and visual interactive solids, which were developed in his lab, have been licensed to industry. He is, of course, in multiple editorial boards and editor of journals and so on. I will not go through the entire list, but he is truly a pioneer. He's right now also holding the chair of the Innovation Center at the Indian Institute of Science. So please join me in welcoming Professor Gurumurthy. And with that, we will felicitate him. Right? Yes. Yes. And I'd like to have Swati also, because Pinga has an award for you as well. So,
We now invite Professor Gurumurthy to the podium to deliver his icon keynote.
Can I?
5 minutes or 20 minutes, I'll give
You. I just. Yeah. So, first of all, thank you very much. It's a little bit overwhelming for me. Thanks to the organizers for choosing me for this honor to join the others. I know several who have won it in the past, and I feel, uh, as I said, a little overwhelmed to be in that company. Thank you very much. Okay, so I have 25 minutes, Amaresh says, so let me see how to do this. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the work that we've been doing over the years, and in essentially modeling shape. Right? That was our first area that we worked at, and slowly, because of other demands, it increased and diversified. And so let me just run through that. So the need for product information models, as most of you know, started with the Industrial Revolution, when there was a break between the craftsmen, who had the design up in their head, and the manufacturing happened with their hands, right? That broke during the Industrial Revolution. And so the first time we needed formal representation of the shape that we wanted to do.
And then during the war, a couple of things happened. One, the digital computer came into vogue, and two, there was a need for storing design information in a manner that doesn't get destroyed by either fire or bombs, and it could be easily recreated. And so, a mathematical representation or a computational representation was something that was required, and so that led to the evolution that resulted in CAD through its many manifestations. Right, we started with drawings and physical prototypes, and then came the digital models, and finally we have what we use today in most industrial practice, which is the 3D feature-based parametric model. But if you look at what happened to manufacturing, simultaneously manufacturing also got digitalized. Right, computers started playing a role there too. So you see computer-controlled machines, robots, and even metrology became highly computerized in the use of CMMs. So that brings us to this distinction, which I try to make to the students I teach in my class, this distinction between digital and digitalize, right? So if you look at the part catalog as an example, right? Just converting the, bulky catalog that used to be, composed very painstakingly to use, the modern word processing tools is the digitization of that document, right? That's all. You still need the user, the human user on this side, read, select and pick, and then do the subsequent actions with the catalog, right? But the online web version of that is what we would call the digitalized version, where not only can you go through all the options that are there, search for them that you want, use keywords, right? Download 3D models, and better still, even place orders directly. And that's what we would call digitalize, right? A more familiar example for you would be the thesis, right, that most students have to produce, right, from the days. Of course, most of you probably are not in that, but I see a lot of people from my generation here. Farooq is waving. Who would remember when they would write it by hand, get it typed, and then the supervisor would make the annotations on the side, rewrite, retype, and the cycle would go on. From there to where now you have a platform in which you can collaborate, co-create, bring in multiple varieties of documents, images, references, and all of them automatically taken care of. And the highlight of that being the dissemination part. You no longer have to print and bind, you just have to convert that to a PDF, and then the whole world is ready to consume this. Right? So that, in some sense, is the ideal that we are after. How to get there. We are not there yet with 3D products, but how to get there is one of the themes. And why we are not able to get there is because of this fragmentation, right? That from design to each of these individually digitized tasks, right? There are some breaks, right? And so to truly digitalize this whole operation, we need to bridge that gap, right? And I'm going to present a few things that we have done towards bridging that gap, and we will see, where we are at the end of that. And our focus will primarily be on machining, but there are other groups elsewhere in the world that work on the other parts as well. And so we first look at digitalizing product definition. So what is the issue? The main issue that we want to address here is how to drive the entire process with a digital model of the product. Right now, we have what we call a shape model. With that, how much can we drive the rest of the processes automatically? The big problem, of course, is that the interface between design and the other tasks is quite different, right? These are usually other kinds of representations like surface meshes or volumetric meshes. It also turns out that the shape elements that are of interest to these tasks, they are all very different, right? Just to mention a few, analysis and simulation, they don't care about the geometry. All they care about are the combination of elements, right? The finite elements. Likewise, in assembly, we are only interested in liaisons and ports where the connections actually happen. The rest of the geometry is not so critical, right? That's what is of interest to us. So how do we then match the two, from when you go from design to planning the manufacturing tasks? So one solution that is quite obvious to those who are in the field and, very, very oblivious to those who are not in the field is features, right? And the problem is with that is because features historically have been primarily used as a procedural entity for modeling shape. And that's all it was used for, right? What was lost was the fact that features could also be used as carriers of domain information. And therefore, you could use that to manipulate and understand the interface between design and other domains. A very simple example, that if you can recognize that there is a hole in that model, and by the way, even the feature-based models will have difficulty in telling you that there is a hole here, right? Quite often, depending on how they have made that hole. But if you do understand that, then quite immediately, right, the manufacturing operations come into highlight. Assembly options also come into highlight. And so, how to use this is one of the challenges, and we propose features as an entity or an abstraction to do this kind of transition from design to the other tasks. So, two things that I'm going to talk about. One is to how features can be used to do what we call domain-based reasoning, and I will illustrate that. And also to sort of make sure that the integrity of shape information remains when multiple people are looking at the same model and making changes. Right? So, a very simple example here, right? Designers are usually interested in where material is, right? So they would look at a feature view which looks at it as a combination of blocks, right? Whereas machining is looking at where material has to be removed from. And so their view would be that I have a stock from which I have to remove these two, right? Now, how do we get both these pieces of information, while the designer may build one or the other, right, depending on their convenience. And so, we call that feature mapping. So on the left, you have a sequence of construction operations which use features in the design domain, what we call additive features. And on the right, automatically, you have this creation of the features that need to be machined up, right? And this happens in some sense concurrently. And so, it is an example of digitalization as I proposed, right? So designer does this, that comes as the outcome. Now, when this happens, there are two worlds. The machining person is looking at that view, and the design person is looking at this view. And so, if there are changes that happen in one, you do not want the other to lag behind, right? So, in the same example that we saw earlier, if the designer decides to sort of, modify the design somehow, then you would expect that, an additional piece of volume to be removed again, right? Should automatically be detected. So that's the goal, right? Now, what I'm showing you is the result, and I'm going to spend the next two slides to show how it could be done. What does it take to do this, right? So the first thing it takes to do, okay, this is just an example of something that is done automatically. You have the edit view, you add a feature, and you automatically get the volumes there. So how do we do that, right? So one thing that helps you to do that is to have a good structure for the kind of entities that you want to manipulate, right? A structure that has a very robust definition, right? With which you can build some kind of a taxonomy or a classification scheme. Right? I'm just going to propose this. I'm not going to dwell upon this. I just want to show you that there is some elegance in this structure, and you look for similar elegance in other kinds of structures that you would want to build. Right? So here we are looking at what we call volumetric features. Right? And the idea here is that the feature is created by removing a lamina, a swept lamina like this from a volume there, and that results in a very standard set of faces that are forming the ends of the swept volume and the shell of the swept volume, right? And faces that are modified in the part and that are created in the part. With just this set of faces, you can come up with some very interesting signatures for various types of features, right? So if you have a blind feature, then the created end faces would always be one. And so you need to look for the number of end faces, and that tells you what kind of a feature that is. So note that it is completely independent of the shape, right, or the type. And that's what makes it very elegant, right? And so based on this, you can come up with some kind of a classification scheme, which allows you, right, based on these, checks or markers that you have on the left, to classify the features that you want on the right. Now, how to do this is a little bit of geometric reasoning, but I show you the signature just to show that it is not very complicated or complex. Right? You can do the same for other kinds of features. Again, I'm not going to dwell on the details here, but you can do that for other types of features that are not, created by removal or addition of volume, but by deforming shapes. Right? So again, you can go through this, and likewise for the what we call thin-walled features, sheet metal kind of things. So this gives you, a sort of a taxonomy which you can then use for building reasoning modules for various tasks. Two of them I showed you. There are others like this that you can build. for reasoning the transition between design and manufacturing. So one of the things that people are increasingly proposing, and this is a fairly old proposal from NIST, is a core product model, right? A model that is not only looking at shape, but also other entities that constitute product information that is required for the various tasks in the product life cycle. So one of the things that you will see here is that hitherto, CAD was only focusing on form and geometry, but feature, which is sort of a little above form and geometry, is an important element. That's why we like this kind of a proposal to define information on the product. And I'll address two more elements here, material and behavior, in the subsequent slides. So now, we transit to the point where we meet the physical world in the form of a material that has to embody the shape that you are creating, right? So one of the things that we are seeing is that most parts now increasingly we build of multiple materials, right? The motivations are many, but you see some examples here: a die, conformal die with copper cooling channels, and tool steel for the cavity, but mild steel for the bulk. Likewise, you have these turbine blades and aerofoils. Your toothbrush is also an example where you have multiple materials in the same part. Right? Now, the classical CAD sort of fails because the material comes in as an annotation, right? And it's an even bigger failure when you want to build these heterogeneous objects. Additive manufacturing, is a classic example where it's both the chicken and the egg, right? Heterogeneous parts are only possible through, a process like additive manufacturing. And additive manufacturing also needs material information at the granularity that we need. You cannot have a one-line annotation that this is the material, right? So if you look at a canonical process like these, it has to know, along with the place where you have to deposit material, the material that you need to deposit there. Right? And so you need a much tighter integration between your shape representation and the material representation. And so essentially, once you have a representation, you also need operators for that representation, and you also need tools, utilities to manipulate that. But I'm only going to focus on the first and a little bit on the other. So if you look at the practice, you either have some kind of what we call an evaluated representation, where you discretize the shape and go in and assign, this representation, material representation at every one of those unit primitives or cells. That's a very cumbersome way to do that. Or you can have a more abstract representation where you look at distance from a feature and give the material variation as a formula or as an expression. Right? Both have limitations. The first one, it is cumbersome and very painful. The second one is non-intuitive. Right? You won't know what the final result is before you come up with the formal expression. And so we propose a hybrid approach, based on what we call the medial axis transform. And the other way. Oh, I'm not able to. What am I doing? Okay, let me. That doesn't work. So you've seen the whole talk already. I don't know. It's only going one way for me. Why is that? So I was supposed to go only one way, is it? I want to go back and I am here now. So how do you help me? Yeah, now go back. Okay. So I go only one way, is it? Oh, I see. Sorry. The front was bigger and the back was smaller. I didn't notice that. My mistake. Okay. So so just a quick visual thing for what the medial axis transform is. Focus on the 2D one; it's easier to appreciate. Essentially, gives you the sort of symmetric axis of the shape, right? So you know where the center of the object is from any direction. So it's the locus of balls that touch the object but don't cut it as it rolls inside the object. So that's what the medial axis is. And what that does for you is that it allows you, gives you a natural feature to define material variation with respect to, right? So as an example here, you have a definition for the feature or the material composition at the center or the core, and a material representation at the boundary. I'm using color right now as the material composition. And you can then define an expression for the variation, right? So the argument here is that that is a much better way of defining material composition. And what the medial axis does for you is provides a natural way of discretizing the shape, right? So that you get the evaluated representation scheme. And the final result that you see is on the bottom left, where you get this representation. The nice thing about this is that you can quickly flip, right? Or you can change the nature of variation between the core and the boundary, and you get different material compositions. So using that, you can sort of get a representation of the bone that you see at the bottom here. Right? Now, the interesting thing about this is that you don't always have to define it with respect to the core. You can introduce other features, right? So here, for example, we have introduced a hotspot, a point here, and you can define a different material composition there, and the whole thing sort of figures it out automatically from there that this is the variation of material that you want. So we believe that this provides a very good way to define material composition, which is at the same time tightly integrated with shape, so that anytime you are at a point, you know what the material composition is at that point. And you can do same things that you do in CAD, like Boolean operations with that, and so that you can get interesting shapes. I'm not going to belabor the details, just focus on the results. Finally, when you have a representation, you can do some smart things, right? One of the things in 3D deposition is that switching between material is a non-latent process. It's not a zero latency process. It takes time. With the result that every time you stop, then the composition of the material being deposited changes a bit, and that's not good for the build that you get. And so you would like to minimize that. So having material information allows you to define a better process plan for deposition, because you know where similar materials are being deposited. So you don't have to change that in a pass, change, and then you can do a similar pass with a new material composition. So you can do some smart things like that. Okay, that was about material, and this is about design intent, right? Unfortunately, design intent in CAD at least has always been with respect to the sequence of modeling operations rather than actual intent of the designer between the choice of the shape or the feature that has been used for. And so, we use behavior to represent the intent, behind each feature or entity in the shape model. Now, why we need all of that is already there. You can capture design intent, you can do simulation, you can resolve conflicts for space, etc., across different domains. But let me just put up a slide on how we represent that. So we picked up this idea from the literature that one way to define behavior is to sort of how parts of the artifact interact with other parts of the artifact, right? So it's a pairwise or a more than pairwise kind of a definition of behavior, right? The other part of the artifact could also be the environment. So it is a feature in the part with the environment, feature in the part with another feature in the. And so, what this definition does is that it automatically links the behavior information to elements in the geometry or shape. So that's the first thing, right? So you start with that advantage that the behavior is defined with respect to entities in the shape model directly. So that linkage comes free for you, right? And once you look at all the kinds of behaviors, again, you can build some kind of a classification or a taxonomy or an ontology for this particular behavior. Fine. Okay. I think I should be done. So, for example, here you have a structure and a little amount of detail on one of the elements, the kind of behavioral primitives that are possible for mechanical artifacts. And so once we have this, then it is possible to sort of put this together in a CAD environment where, given a part, one can list out the various behaviors that are exhibited by pairs or more of these entities inside that particular product, and then you have all the information that you want about this. So I'm not sure if you can read the bottom part of it, but essentially it tells you what is the driving element, what is the driven element, and what kind of behavior it is exhibiting, etc. So if you go back to the core model, core product model that was proposed, one of the things that they did was it linked the behavior to function and the artifact, which is the sort of the semantic way it was done by the original researchers in this field, the FBS structures and other things, right? But from a syntactic point of view, right, if you want to use it to manipulate and reason about things, and be able to do some meaningful things with it, we believe that the behavior has to be linked to the shape elements in the model and the non-shape elements in the model, and that's why we link it to a feature. And so that when you navigate the product or shape model, you have access to the behavior information and you can do interesting things with it. Lastly, digital meets human, right? What I mean here is that one of the things about design that all of you know is that is replete with heuristics. Sorry, with heuristics and design rules, right? And there is no good way of capturing this, except as a knowledge base or a rule base, and that sort of fires independently of this product model that you have, right? So the challenge here was to see how to bring in, these rules within the representation of the shape. And so one of the things that this example here primarily is the construction of a automotive seat, right? Where the designer is responsible for the sort of the CAD model at the extreme left, and then you have the manufacturing people sort of adding their tweaks to the thickness of the foam and the fabric that goes on top, and then the assembly process, and then they have to make sure how well it matches with the original CAD model that was given to them from the OEM, right? And so the part that I have circled in the red there is the part that is done by the human expert based on his experience or expertise, right? And that's not very easy to capture for newer models, right? So you have to rely on the expert to figure out what that offset has to be, which is taken up by the foam, so that when all the manufacturing is done, the geometry matches what the OEM has given. And how to do this, right? Now it turns out that this is one place where we thought that the database techniques sort of work well, right? And so we have this kind of a learning model based on data, right? And so we deviate from the principles that we used in the earlier stages of abstraction and sort of a tabulating of the taxonomy, etc. Whereas here we sort of segment. We don't look at the entire seat in one go. We look at functional parts of the seat separately first, and second is we look at the data at a more granular level, right? Points and curvature. These are the features that drive the learning process, right? And so when you do that, even with a limited set of data, so there are at most about 32 samples for us to work on, right? Which means you train with about 60% of that, test with, validate with another 20%, and then test with the balance 20%. So it's not much that we are going with, but because of these two ideas, you see that if you look at the individual, functional elements, which is the table row column on the right, you will see that the performance is much better, and it allows you to sort of capture that heuristic. So you get the CAD model now, and you can use this model to add the offsets, and you'll be pretty close to what the practitioner would do. So that's the sort of last element. And so how does it all tie up? Well, the next evolution of the digital or digitalized manufacturing world appears to be what people are now calling the digital twin, right? So I'm not going to, essentially the difference between the digitalized world that we started with and this is that here there is a much tighter linkage with the physical world, and it is actually being used. There is feedback from its current physical avatar to the digital model, and they get updated. So that's the essential difference. But what that does for you is that it accentuates the need for digital models, right? And that is where we believe that whatever I just spoke about sort of fits in, right? That you have these various types of models that can constitute the digital representation. But we do believe that geometry and system level or behavioral level kind of things can add to the physics and data-driven models to give you a better performance digital twin. So with that, I will acknowledge all the students who contributed to all this work and the people who funded this, and thank the organizers again for this opportunity and the honor. Thank you very much.
Uh, in the interest of time, we'll just take one question. Is there any question from the audience? Can you raise your hand? Yeah. Can somebody give a mic to? Do you have another mic? Can you just pass on the mic?
There's one there.
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for the talk, and congratulations for the award. Mine is not a question. What I understand from your talk is predominantly it is focused towards materials. I just want to know if the same design process is amenable for extending to non-materials service, non-materials such as service offering and business models. Thank you. I just want to know, is it amenable for extension? Thank you.
To be honest with you, sorry, yeah. To be honest with you, I don't think I can answer that question on my feet here because I have not thought about it at all. So I don't know. That will be the right answer. Yeah.
Okay, I think let's give another round of applause to Professor Gurumurthy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're sure the audience found the session truly interesting and insightful. We now move to the second award of the event, the Pal Bites Icon Award. Named after Professor Gerard Pal and Professor Wolfgang Weitz, renowned for their groundbreaking contributions to engineering design. Their book, Engineering Design, A Systematic Approach, was first published in 1977, later translated to 8 languages, and has become an international reference text. The English edition, first published in 1984, is now in its third edition and remains highly influential, with 14,876 citations on Google Scholar. I now request Professor Chakrabarti on the podium to introduce and felicitate the awardee. I also request Professor Peter Childs to please join us on stage.
Professor Peter Childs, ladies and gentlemen, my privilege to introduce him. Professor Peter Childs is professional lead in engineering design and was the founding head of the Dyson School of Design Engineering at Imperial College London. And for those who do not know, one of the most iconic industrial design engineering master's program were initiated long ago in a collaboration between Imperial College London and Royal College of Art that has produced luminaries like James Dyson. And the world came full circle, and James Dyson then paid a handsome amount of money to create this design engineering department, which was ushered in by Professor Peter Childs. His general interests include creativity, innovation, design, sustainable energy, and robotics. Prior to his current post at Imperial, he was the director of the Rolls-Royce supported University Technology Center for Aerothermal Systems, director of Incubate, and professor at the University of Sussex. He is the editor of the Journal of Power and Energy, professor of excellence at MDH Berlin, advisor professor at Guangdong University of Technology, the advisory chair of the Leonardo Center of Businesses for Society, and director and chairperson of the Blade Bug Limited and founder director at Qbot Limited. So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Peter Childs. And let me step back for a second just to remind you that the first award, Raghavan Adarkar Award, was in the name of Professor M.R. Raghavan, who initiated in 1963 a design thinking course in India. It's the longest running design thinking course in the world. Professor Adarkar initiated what is called IDC, Industrial Design Center, that started the Masters in Design program in India. And therefore, it's in honor of that. This one is in the name of Professor Pal and Professor Bites, who, among other things, they have done a great deal of research which doesn't get remembered. But their book for the undergraduate text called Engineering Design and Systematic Approach is like the Bible or Gita or any other such text that you can think of across for the people who are studying engineering design. So this award is in the name of those two. So now I'm going to felicitate him. My honor.
Hello, hello, hello.
So to play the videos. Okay. So to keep
Show you.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. It's a delight to be here, and thank you very much indeed for the honour of the Icon Award here at Icord. This is my second Icord conference. I came in 2013, and it's a delight to be back here again. You can see this photograph in front of you. It is a photograph. There is no Photoshop or GIMP. It's not a black and white photograph. You can tell that by the green additions. The joy of a photograph is that the photographer, in this case, Stacey Rivers, can play tricks on us. Perspective is what it is, and each of you will interpret this photograph in your own way. What is it? Well, it's a robot on a blade. Is it a propeller blade? Oh no, this is a wind turbine blade, a huge wind turbine blade of the order of 100 meters long. And this is just our world, where the architect or the designer can dictate what we think. And that's what I'm going to be talking about a lot in this short presentation. I have 3 or 4 videos. I may need some help to play the videos. We'll see whether this one runs.
Imagine that you're sitting in a noisy restaurant and you're having trouble hearing your friends across the table. Hey, can you enhance the sounds that are right in front of me? And can you turn that baby down? That's better. And I'm still having a little trouble hearing Pedro. Can you isolate Pedro for me?
Y después manejamos al
That's
lago.
perfect. And my Spanish is a little rusty. Can I hear Pedro but in English?
And at the end of the trip, we came back to the city to visit the historic center.
Michelle closed all programs. What you just heard was a beamforming app, a computational auditory scene analysis app, a machine learning denoising app, an AI transcription and translation and text-to-speech with style transfer app. So these are not just fancy-looking earbuds. They're an entire computer. And we think they're going to replace some of what we do with the visual computers that we're used to.
To me, this is innovation. Innovation invariably involves the integration of existing technologies and capabilities that we already have. And this TED Talk from just under a year ago, to me, embodies those principles. Then something at another scale, the nanoscale. You can see this little cellular robot that can capture small cells and then essentially present them perhaps to a drug to enable the drug to do its thing. As designers, we can transform the existing state to a preferred state, and this is what we do time and time again. And then here's a fun video. This is old, 9 years old. I hope you've seen it before, but I am going to play it for a purpose.
We taught our self-driving bike to figure out where it is, what's around it, what will happen next, and what it should do. We leaned on Google's expertise in self-driving cars, but we had to adapt the technology to work on a bike. We decided to add 2 additional features. First, you can request the bike to pick you up wherever you are, and we developed a comfort mode, adjusting the pedals to a perfect resting position.
I think the self-riding bike could really give a boost in the economy because people could also work on their bicycle. You work in your office, you work in your home, you work in your car.
I have so much more time. My kids love it. They're just free. They can go anywhere they want. It's amazing.
At the Fietsersbond, we feel that this is the biggest invention since the invention of the bicycle itself.
At Google, we always put our users first. With the launch of this bike, we believe in that can.
Well, perhaps sending our children to kindergarten on a bicycle unattended may not be the best idea in the world. But what's of interest here, 9 years on, we have the Xiaomi 9-bot scooter, which is essentially delivers all of those functionalities of that April Fool's presentation 9 years ago today. So my presentation, I want to talk about creativity, I want to talk about innovation and leadership. We shall see how we get on. Of course, this audience is here because of your expertise in design, the transformation of an existing state to a preferred state. And what better, perhaps, than one of Raymond Loewy's iconic images to get the notion of design across. Design means many different things to each and every one of us. And the notion of the aesthetic, as well as the many other forms of functionality, are important or is important in design, here embodied with one of Vivienne Westwood's dresses. I come from a world where I'm engaged in design, in engineering, but in 69 other domains. I teach multidisciplinarity. So the notion of being constrained by one domain isn't my world, but I suspect it's not your world either, given the way that you will design for people, with people, for systems. And here, I just wanted to talk briefly about engineering and consider what engineering might mean to you. And it's really the second definition here, the detailed and practical embodiment of ideas to deliver a validated and feasible solution. Here's a definition which I'm finding increasingly useful, and it does not mention mathematics. And it's this notion of delivering functionality that is so important. But that may well resonate with designers too. it was mentioned that I'm associated with the Dyson School of Design Engineering, and it has been a delight to be part of the journey of taking this school from one person to now a community of practice of over 900 students and staff over the last 10 or 11 years. And when we were setting this up, people asked me, what is design engineering? And I had the sort of 3 a.m. moment that fortunately I did write down, turn the light on, wrote it down on a piece of paper next to the bedside table. And we chose to call design engineering the fusion of design thinking, engineering thinking and practice within a culture of innovation and enterprise. And that early definition, we knew it would not be quite right. And as the community of practice has grown, new definitions have emerged, and we will talk about some of those as we move on. Just a fun picture from 10 years ago, and perhaps a little lesson in here. If you're going to be photographed with quite famous people, wear a green shirt. It helps you stand out. That was 10 years ago. Where are we now as a school? We've grown from early ideas to quite a large community of practice. And I'm delighted that colleagues and students continue to stand out in this world of arts. And this is work of Dr. Sam Cooper and his colleagues setting up the Polaron company. With batteries can be great, could be great, but we really struggle to recycle them. And the Polaron company is using AI to embody the anode and cathodic structure in such a way that it enables design for assembly, design for manufacture, design for sustainability. I mentioned on definitions of design engineering. Well, as thinking has moved on, I now view design engineering as spanning the nano to the macro, self to society. And I will give you some examples, mainly from my own portfolio of examples of this. So here's a cellular level thermometer that we worked upon for incorporating within a cell in order to monitor temperature at that cellular level. So as a cell moves around the body or through a vein, you can pick up, for example, areas of higher metabolic rate, for example, cancer structures within a person. So that's on the nano scale. Perhaps more at the macro scale, you could look at vehicle design. I've worked with all sorts of companies, from General Motors to Daewoo to Aston Martin, and also Ashok Leyland here in India. And more recent work on blended wind-bodied aircraft. How are we going to sustainably enable aviation going forward? Then looking at the self, for 6 years, I had the delight of working on knitwear in Peru, doing a startup company, taking it from one person, 2 people, towards 80 employees, doing some good and some bad as we took this project forward. Also working with the 10% of us who are disabled and in enabling dignity through design might be a way of posing it. And then also working with unborn children and neonates. This was a ventilator that has now seen production of over 1 billion units. And there are tens of millions of adults walking around whose lives have been enabled through this product. And then our cities. We're here in India, in one of your mega cities, and it is a delight to be here. How are we going to take our society forward in meaningful ways? So running from the nano to the macro, self to society, there's a framework perhaps for design engineering. Professor Amaresh Chakrabarty said some very kind things about me in this presentation, and you can see some of my associations here. I have had the delight, because I'm old, of having worked with a lot of brands, and these are about half of them. And this work continues. And just to give you a flavor of them, here's that nanoscale thermometer, vehicle work, work on the aircraft of the future. We did this with a team of 80 of us, students from the Royal College of Art, from Imperial, and staff from Airbus. The joy of doing one of these speculative large-scale projects is that everything's future focused. But now you can look at the A350, and there are hundreds of innovations where those ideas that we developed 10, 11 years ago have now been embodied and continue to be embodied in the newer versions of the A350. A curious sketch, but this was work around how one might embody an electric aircraft and develop ranges of the orders of 2,000, 3,000 miles. And one of the challenges with hydrogen or batteries is their incorporation, large scale mass, large scale volume within aircraft. And in order to deliver technologies such as this, we've had to move towards lightweighting and these sophisticated structures that will rely upon colleagues such as Professor Gurumurthy in order to develop capability so that we can deliver this. Work from last year on large-scale aircraft. This is looking at hydrogen for aircraft moving a few hundred people. It's a challenge. The fuel needs to be cryogenically stored. It is the volume is 8 to 10 times larger than our current fuels. So we need to move, or we would need to move to new aircraft structures. And this is work associated with that. I had the delight of talking to one of the craft and artists exhibiting at this conference. We had a conversation last night, and we were talking about craft and handmade versus machine made. And much of my work has been associated with machines, and you can see some of the machine design I've been involved with here. For me, even a loom or a knitting machine is a machine, which enables our craft and those handmade items that we delight. A needle, I could argue, if you wish, is a machine. So it is of interest. The question then becomes the level of sophistication of your machinery in order to enable you to deliver what you're after. I mentioned the neonatal work. We've continued this work, and we're now using EEG to non-invasively, but there's a philosophical question, monitor in utero and unborn babies. Going back to that first image, the Bladebug robot, here you can see a bit more of an impression. This is a CAD representation. The original photograph was a physical item of a robot on a blade, aiming at monitoring the sub-blade structure, so using non-destructive testing technology. You know what you want to do? You want to be able to monitor the safety and integrity of the blades. How do you do this? In this case, using a robot to do that. And the green structure is material that's missing, glue that's missing underneath the surface structure. So it looks good, but there may be some fundamental flaw. Two images to show you the repeatability. We have 6 million homes that look like this in the United Kingdom, built during our industrial revolution. They have a design life perhaps of 600 years. So to knock them down would be a crime against sustainability. But our buildings were built for a different technology, the coal era. So they are cold and drafty and leak energy. But there are solutions. And we have developed robotic technology to spray thermal insulation in inaccessible locations in these buildings. And this shows another robot to do the kind of task where you would not want a person to be exposed to those materials or to that environment. Taking inspiration from nature is something that many of us do. In the case of the robot for the underfloor insulation, the inspiration came from walruses with their breathable insulation skin, if you wish, and also swallows and house martins depositing globules of material. So this notion of biomimicry, but here embodied in the Ask NatureNet platform, an AI-enabled tool so that at your desktop or laptop, you're able to access the many stories of nature from nature in order to help you in your design tasks. So this is one of the tools we've pushed out over the last few years. Presenting to you here in this wonderful city and your wonderful country, I am surrounded by Indian culture and, or I should say, Indian cultures. And it is always a challenge to designers as to what you take inspiration from and perhaps even what you should take inspiration from. And so we undertook a deep dive into the topic area of cross-cultural design. We looked at dragon, or the word long in China, and the cultural associations of dragon in culture, but also looked at naga, or dragon, in Thailand. And again, doing a deep dive, talking to and analyzing many tens of thousands of cultural feeds and data points around different cultural understandings of the notion of dragon in Chinese culture and in Thai culture. All with the viewpoint of developing deep cultural understanding, if you wish, sensitive cultural understanding, where the designer can then be informed into how they take forward leverage of that information in their design. In this case, applied in maxi dress design. And we've kept on pushing on apparel. Many of you will have a view about artificial intelligence. It's here. I cannot stop that. And here we're showing you work on the third day for Qizhu, whereby what you're looking at, you may like it, you may dislike it, but you can certainly view it as contemporary Chinese chic design. This is day 3, and the patterns were ready for sending to the company. You're looking at a 20-fold increase in productivity. This was day 5 work. Took 2 days longer, but again, contemporary Chinese chic design being embodied in Ke Ying's work. And again, just this notion of AI, we are here. There's just one image that I would like you to look at. It's in the third column down, or no, fourth column, third row down. This kingfisher, this archetypal bird which we find all over the world. But the embodiment that you can see there, it's gone beyond the naive. It's perhaps in the interesting category, and AI is delivering images such as this. The work I'm involved with is diverse. Here we're looking at the pituitary gland and cyber-physical interventions for hormonal control. This is the world of design. This is the world of design engineering, extremely diverse. Let me move on to some other topics. I've had the delight of engaging in online platforms, and I run a very large online class in creativity. Over 500,000 people have done 14 hours with me on creativity. And one of the frameworks we've pushed out is called the Creativity Diamond. And it comes with a lot of free tools. So descriptions of different capabilities in creativity, and even knowledge about whether it's good for you working on your own or in a group, whether it's quick, or whether there's even an AI platform or version available. So this is just part of the work. I want to play you one more video, and then we'll see how we get on.
I was born in a year of silence. From when I was a baby, I was to make as little sound as possible. My generation was the first of the sound restricted era. My mother explained that each of us now had to live by an allowance of sound credit, a limitation on our individual sound output. Starting with the Industrial Revolution, sound pollution rose until it reached dangerous levels. And so the sound restriction was introduced. We had to be careful with all sounds, otherwise, the sound police would track us down and charge us a fine we could not afford. The world felt like an empty vessel, asking to be filled. One day, a voice answered. A group of sound hackers had designed a sound shield. Within them, the world could be full once more.
To me, this is just a delightful film. It's provocative. It's speculative, looking at a future, perhaps not one that you might like, um, but provocative nevertheless. And I thoroughly enjoy explorations like this because they take us forward. I will show you 3 or 4 more images, then I will conclude. The city of tomorrow. I will show you some science fiction images. This is from a film 10 years ago. Weird city, this notion of a divided culture. And traction city, the notion of a city that's so big and so all-consuming that maybe every 10 years it needs to move slightly because it has consumed the resources that are underneath the city. Or Coruscant, famous from the Star Wars movies, the city that has no end. It is completely engulfed the globe. There is no end to this city. And we are working using design and design engineering capabilities on cities of the future with architects around the world, with politicians around the world, with designers around the world, with citizens around the world in order to explore the transformation of our existing state towards preferred states. So, to conclude, creativity, this amazing capability that all 7 billion of us have. Innovation, the realization of value from creativity. And the topic I won't have talked about, leadership. All of us as designers lead. And I think we have, with that, great responsibilities and something that I think we should take very seriously. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your attention.
In the interest of time, we'll take one question. Please raise your hand. Yes, a gentleman at the corner, please can you give the mic to him?
Uh, Professor Childs, it's an honor to ask you a question. My name is Ritvik. I'm an employee at Optum. I see a lot of designers are kind of afraid of picking up, technology and picking up technology leading subjects like coding, electronics, even though they can. And a lot of design schools like IISc, IIT are including courses in that. But in the industry, they're very, very scared. They just want to stick to screens and interfaces, specifically UX designers. So, what's your advice on helping them to get rid of that fear? Because that's something that we are trying to work at Optum.
So some professors love teaching, some don't. I have chosen to engage with the first year undergraduate students in my universities now. I'm towards the end of my career. That's where I've chosen to engage. So rather than going to specialist courses, I've chosen to engage with novice designer and design engineers. And in doing so, in the course I've just run, we encouraged them on sketching. We got them into the workshops on prototyping. And there is something wonderful about exploring ideas through sketching. But we also gave them access to 100 AI tools. So they're able to move very fast. And by giving them hands-on skills in workshops and then the freedom to actually make prototypes, there is something joyous there. And perhaps an encouragement to practitioner designers is to re-establish that connection, let me say, with your art through physical embodiment as well as virtual embodiment. This is something that I would just encourage us all to get active, get back into the machine shop, get back engaged with the physical as well as the virtual.
I think we come to the natural conclusion of this event, and I would like to thank once again, and please join me in applauding him for an enthralling journey through the world of design engineering. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, we come to the end of the Icon Awards. We now move to the first regular keynote session. I invite Professor Chakrabarti, the chair of the session, to welcome the keynote speaker of the discussion.
It's my pleasure and honor to introduce Professor Pascal Lemasson. Professor Pascal Lemasson is a professor at the Mainz Paris Tech. Please come. At Mainz Paris Tech in Paris, PSL Research University, he holds the chair of Design Theory and Methods for Innovation. He is the director of the Center for Management Science, I3 UMR CNRS 9217, and co-lead of the Engineering Design Curricula. His research interests include design theory and methods for innovation, covering topics such as design theory, governance of innovative firms, creative design, neuroscience, and ecosystem organization. Co-author of Strategy Management of Innovation and Design by Cambridge University Press. He has published extensively in renowned journals. He collaborates with leading companies like Airbus, Renault, and Thales, and co-chairs the Design Society's Design Theory Special Interest Group, advancing both academic and industry innovation. Let's welcome once again Professor Pascal Lemasson, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Oh, thank you. It's working. It's the next.
So thank you. Sorry for the delay. Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here with you. It's my first time in India, and I'm very, very pleased by this discovery, discovering culture, discovering all what has been done on design. We have a long discussion with Amaresh on the evolution of engineering design and design creativity. And here I was impressed by all the presentations before. I would like to bring you to a very specific topic, which is design theory. And this is the field we are working with my colleagues. This is a field that is very important in the design society. There is a special interest group. And what I'm going to show you is some advances that this group has done in the past years. And my focus will be design theory and transitions. There has been a lot of work done in the past on design theory for innovation, but there are new issues today. And the question for us in the design theory field is to wonder, on the one hand, how can design theory contribute to contemporary issues, societal issues? And there is another question, and maybe it's not that important for you, but it is for us. It's to know whether maybe it's necessary to improve design theory to really face new challenges. Maybe the theory we use more or less implicitly, they are not completely adapted to contemporary questions, and should we push them forward? And I would like to discuss that with you. So my institute is in Paris. I am in the PSL University, which is quite well known now. It's a relatively new university because it's just a kind of association of very old schools. My own school is now part of this PSL University. This is Icord, and we teach engineering, but we teach engineering for future managers. So in a way, we have to link engineering to, of course, management science, but also to other fields like deep science or humanities or arts. So it means that on this chart, my institute is at the crossroads of many disciplines, which is finally deeply linked to the question of design, of course. And we recently created the Bauhaus for Transition precisely to go on further on this topic, how to have this interdisciplinary logic associated to managing the transformations that are required for transitions today. We, as I will tell you later, I build my presentation strongly on what has been done on design theory. If we want to address this question of managing transitions, if we want to address this question of having new managers ready for the transformation of the world, it's necessary to have rigorous, controllable, discussable framework to think about what is to design. And this is maybe the basic of design theory, to provide this kind of control intellectual framework to understand what exactly is to be generative, to create something new. It's a simple question, but it's immediately a kind of aporia. Creating something new, people will tell you, well, you never create something new because it's always based on the past. So finally, it's just a variation. It's just a combination. But on the other hand, we all understand that it's not true. We create new things that were not there before. So understanding this stupid question is part of design theory. Understanding what is generativity. Interestingly enough, this is an old question. Already 2 centuries ago, for people in Germany, they have to face deep societal changes. The society was changing at the early 19th century. They had new industrial issues. At the same time, they need to build new machines, and at the same time, they need to protect resources. For instance, what being questioned was how to teach technicians to be able to create water wheels that were both efficient and save water resources. And to do this at a country level, so new teaching. And at that time, just applying classical routines was not sufficient. And the state servants themselves say, we need a new course, we need new professors, exactly that we need a new Dyson screw. So we need to think differently on how technicians should design stupid things like water wheels. And that guy, Rettenbacher, that is maybe well known for some of us in the room, is a founder of one of the first machine design theory. The theory is not extraordinary original, or maybe not extraordinary strange for you. It's just a kind of list of equations. But if you follow that list of equations, you will have automatically a new water wheels adapted to a new context. Instead of applying routines, you can improve it by having improved models and be ready to not recreate the same water wheel, but create a new one. Over time, this kind of tension between new societal issues and new design theory unfolded in many, many places. One of the most famous places is Bauhaus itself. You know that school was created because in this time in the 20th century Germany, there were critical issues again with industry, again with society, again with democracy. And the question was how designers could contribute to the great movement of having making the society be more coherent and be ready for deep sea industrial transformations. And at that time, again, the question was, what should we teach? How to make people have the creativity required by the time? And they discussed design theory to precisely be ready to create the things that the society was asking for. And this movement, again, reproduced regularly. We can root systematic design by Pile and Bites in the debate of the 60s in Germany. We can root axiomatic design in the debate of the National Science Foundation in the US in the 80s. So to many situations, you have societal issues and you need to extend the way we think about designing, the way we think about creation. So there is a movement here, you see, between design issues and design theory. Design theory is finally challenged by design issues. And if we work well in design theory, we can expect that design theory can nurture, can provide new methods. I would like to discuss with you this small circle. Well, for the sake of time, I won't go too deep in the design theory, but I still will give you a hint. After that, I give you just a couple of examples, just to show you how we can use design theory to improve the methods and how new societal issue can ask for new design theories. And then I conclude. So first, a hint on design theory. We have been discussing the question of innovation, the question of creativity. It's interesting because with creativity, we are immediately in the field of psychology, of creating ideas, and we have the impression we lose control on rationality. On the other extent, we have decision theory, we have optimization, and here this is the place where we have control. And in design theory, we discuss the distinction and say, why don't we have a rigorous model of generating new things? And we have existing models. In some fields, like mathematics, we have excellent models of generating new mathematical objects. So why not having this in design? And this is exactly what happened in the past centuries. Many people worked on improving on rational understanding of the generation process. Generation process is not only having ideas, this is exactly what we have seen before in the past presentations, it's to combine knowledge plus creativity. And how to have a model that combine rigorously knowledge theory plus creativity theory. That's maybe the challenge for design theory. And there has been many, many proposals. One of them being CK theory, I am more familiar with. And to give you a small hint, it's not that complicated. But the basics in CK theory is just to separate between what is knowledge, the things you know, and the things you can, in a way, prove exist are true or false. So some things you are ready to prove it's true or false. And everything where you can prove it's true or false, including, of course, uncertainty, statistic, etc., because this is just a kind of specific logic, but it's true to a certain extent. You can be in the world, and this is knowledge space. And you separate this for another situation where this is another space, which is a C space, a concept space, where you are ready to discuss proposals where you don't know whether it's true or false. So, and this happens, of course, usually you want a safer aircraft, you want a more inclusive society, you don't know whether it's true or false. You would like to have it, and the form, the shapes, and nature of this safer aircraft or more inclusive society have yet to be explored. So this is not known, this is for the moment partially unknown, and the design process will be to tell more about what is a more inclusive society, to tell more about what is a safer aircraft. And you can control your quality of investigation. You can add step-by-step attributes to tell what is a safer aircraft or what is a more inclusive society. And you explore the C space, using knowledge. And when you do this, you can have new questions. So you will go from the C space, from imagination, to create new knowledge. So there is a double expansion process. You create new imaginary words and you create new knowledge in a back and forth movement. That said, um, it creates interesting properties. We can much better control, for instance, what is abduction, for instance, or we can discuss and the parallels, the analogies between generativity on object, on generativity in mathematics. So there are interesting points there. You can even understand formal properties. Some kind of knowledge will trap you. You won't be able to be creative inside them. So depending on certain knowledge structure, you're trapped. You can't be creative. So it's interesting to know this. You can even, for instance, account for what is the generativity of the new techniques. We have everywhere generative AI. But what exactly is this generativity of AI? Can we characterize the type of generativity we are here and contrast it towards other types of generativity? Can you create new numbers with AI? Not necessarily. You can create a lot of things, but it's not the generativity of creations of new numbers, for instance. The good thing is that step by step, when unfolding when developing design theory, we can account for a variety of generativity level, we could say, or types of generativity. If you fix knowledge very strongly and say, I want to stay in a certain model of the object, a little bit less that we have when we have fixed features of an object, fixed manufacturing processes, then you are in a fixed model and you can design inside this model. And that is interesting. This is a closed word generativity, but it's a very rich one. This is where you can improve the algorithms, you can improve the correspondences. So you have generativity, but inside a closed model. Second level, you can say, well, what if the language is fixed, but the parameters are moving? So we speak of functions, we speak of embodiments, we speak of architectures, but we accept that new models will emerge over time. New science will be done. New properties of materials will be revealed. So the language of description is fixed, function, embodiment, detailed, etc. But inside this, you can have new functions, you can have new architectures. So you have a kind of higher generativity. And more than that, it's possible that you want to say, what if there is an object without function? What if we are ready to change the definition of the object? What if we are here to change what is an aircraft, to change what is a number, to change what is a sound? I like your presentation. Thank you very much, Peter. So what is a sound, for instance? So in a way, if you are ready to rediscuss even the basic definition of things, which is what designers do in certain fields, if you are ready to rediscuss what is a cell, what is life, etc., then you are in a more powerful generativity, and it's another field. So this is just to show you how design theory can help understand the generativity processes. Now, coming back to my initial question on transformations of society and the question of transitions. What is interesting is that based on this, oops. Yeah, thank you. Great. Based on this, it's possible to understand that with transition, we have different levels of generativity. I won't take the time to have a full literature review, but a lot of works, for instance, are done on having better multi-criteria optimization inside given models. So, for instance, having more weight on the question of recyclability. And you change and influence your optimization based on this new weights. Or maybe there are functional extensions. Suddenly you want the object be more repairable. So you have a new function. You want to have a closed life cycle of the object, cradle to cradle. So the new functionalities are emerging that will require another type of generation. Or maybe you are really going to new futures. So you are imagining new worlds, new cities, as was presented before. And in that case, you are ready to rediscuss what is a city, what is living together, what is a society. You rediscuss a lot of things. So we see that in transition, there are different types of generativity that are present. And depending on these types, certainly you will need different design theory formulations. You can even explain how to shift from one time to the other. And the question for us is, of course, we understand that based on this, we see that design theory can contribute with methods. But there is another question for researchers. Is it possible that this framework is too closed? And it's possible that looking at interesting transition question, we might need to extend the schema and maybe explore new forms of generativity. To discuss that point, I prefer to go with examples. I give you a first example of an interesting case where design theory was used for a modest transition or modest societal issue, but important one. And this issue is how to improve the autonomy of elderly people. And there were contests about this. There were entrepreneurship, there was entrepreneurship courses, and many people work on this question. And the question for design theory is how can we evaluate the quality of the ideas generated? So we are not really creating ideas ourselves, but just having a kind of quality control of the generation process done by designers, entrepreneurs, and startups. The models here is inspired by this simple managerial question. Suppose that you receive a lot of ideas. How can you evaluate that the variety, the originality of the proposition is here? You have many ideas. The quantity is here. But what about the good distribution of ideas? Are you sure you cover all the imaginable areas? This is the so-called fixation effect, and we know that this effect is present for cognitive scientists told us that this effect is present for individual. And the question is, can we compensate for this by numbers? Or is it possible that it's so strong that even at ecosystem level, fixation is here? So if you have a lot of ideas, can you tell whether you are more, oh, sorry, I expected a pointer, whether you are really covering all the imaginable ideas, this is the red line, or finally, all this the huge quantity of ideas is finally trapped in a single basket. We did it. Ah. Sorry, never mind. We can do this exercise on lab experiment. I won't go too deep in this, but we did it several times. It's really possible to evaluate the quality and to evaluate whether people are fixed, whether teams are fixed. More interesting here is that we did it at an ecosystem level. I have no. Yeah, it's coming. Sorry. Skip it. So we did this exercise. This is a very, very simplified sketch of a CK graph on the question of autonomy of elderly people. On the right-hand side, right-hand side for you. On the right-hand side, you have the knowledge that was covered by the researchers doing this. And this is months of works with experts. You have to cover many, many different fields. So this is a highly simplified. On the left-hand side, you have a very simplified sketch C3 of the possible branches to cope with the autonomy of elderly people. And this gives you, in a way, the red line. Yep. And you can even predict where probably will the designers go favorably. What will be the favored area? So you can predict where the fixation could be. And then my colleagues, what they did is to compare this prediction to several contests and research funds given to the same topic. And they realized, surprisingly, that all the proposals were all falling in the same basket. So in the question of autonomy of elderly people 10 years ago, so it's an old story, 10 years ago, almost all the project in the French region and at the level of the European research funds, all these projects were more or less falling on the question of sensor to know whether this elderly people is fallen or not, is lying on the ground or not, which is of course a critical question, but it's only a part of the issue. There are of course many other ways to think about the autonomy of elderly people. And the surprise is that even if you let people be free having a lot of ideas, even if you're ready to pay for crazy ideas, because it was written like this, the defixation effect is extremely present at an ecosystem level. and even uh, tens of entrepreneurs are going in the same direction. So when we speak of societal transformation, this fixation effect is very important. And controlling for this and being able to evaluate the quality of the exploration is, of course, a critical issue for managing transition. Um, the study was done again on energy, for instance, the question of managing biomass energy. Again, the fixation is very strange because people, we have the impression we go in many, many different ways, but finally, we tend to explore a quite narrow area. And this is not compensated by the numbers. So having more entrepreneurs doesn't really make a strong change. So we see here a small example how having design theory, we can evaluate the generation process at the level of an ecosystem. I will skip, I have another example to show how design theory can even support a more qualitative exploration in another case in healthcare industry, but I prefer to skip it. It's a COVID case. It would take too much time. I would like to go to another example, and this time, this is a recent case, this time to show you where design theory could not be enough, and we might need to go further. This time, this is another case of transition. We are again in France, and the question is exactly what you mentioned on the question of on buildings. This time for railways. We have many old railways in France. We know that railways are very interesting for transportation, for low emission transportation, and they are also very important for inclusion and societal interdependencies. So the question of territorial cohesion in France is very important. So these small lines are absolutely interesting for transitions. But on the other hand, from a design perspective, just maintaining those lines is extraordinarily costly. And because you on the one hand, you have a lot of civil engineering, and on the other hand, you have a lot of questions about engineering rules, safety rules, new signal and digitalization. So the old techniques are not adapted to the contemporary railways exploitation. So there is a strong tension here, how to redesign these small lines, being innovative and creative, but without destroying everything. And we worked with the French railways on this, and we applied here again design theory, and we can immediately understand where is the tension. If you say the easy solution is I change the rule and explore a lot of new knowledge, immediately engineering departments and regulators will tell you fantastic, but it will be extremely long, extremely costly, more costly than just maintaining. So finally, it's not feasible. You have to live with the existing engineering rules, and if possible, try to be innovative inside those rules. Well, in that case, people say we preserve the rules, but if you preserve the rules, you are not innovative. We have the impression that there is a deterministic consequence here. So if you keep all the existing elements, you have the existing line. So of course it's a dead end. Or you say, what if I replace each element? And again, you have the question of too costly maintenance. So apparently you're trapped. What did it say? What if we apply the rules, but we accept to apply those rules to unknown elements? So the rules are not, they are only rules. They don't describe the railway itself. So what if you accept the rules, but say, I don't know what is the rail resulting from these rules. I don't know what is the road, the ballast resulting from these rules. So I'm ready to use a rule, but explore new types of objects. And they got, for instance, they did the exercise to a very, very deep extent, and they got to a very strange result. For instance, for these small old lines, one interesting solution is to keep many, many material and just change the rail itself. But here you use a rail that is a brand new one, but is exactly the rail of the high-speed trains. You keep a lot of things, so it's very, very cheap, and you innovate in the way you apply the high-speed train rails on the old ballast. Why does it work? Because doing like this, you get the necessary, the required rigidity, because the rail is so long that even if the ballast is a bit shaky, in the end, the whole system is stabilized by the rails instead of being stabilized by the civil engineering. So you apply the rules in the classical way, but you get to a brand new interesting solution. And in this particular case, which is of course highly simplified for the presentation, we have a very strange process where you are innovative, but you preserve. So you are not destroying by innovation. It's not creative destruction. It's a creative preservation. And this is a really deep issue for transitions today, is to be able to account not for creative destruction, but to account for creative preservation. And for design theory, accounting for creative preservation is an interesting challenge because the way you model the rules, the way you model knowledge has to be different. And the way you apply this knowledge has to be different. And this is where you see how design theory is challenged by the societal issues and is pushed toward new horizons. Well, I stop here because we are running short of time, but I wanted to show you these two examples and this loop, how design theory support exploration, but how exploration is challenging design theory and push us into new mathematics. I stop here.
Interest of time, we just have one single question, but he is here for the entire day, so please interact with him outside. That goes without saying for the other two speakers as well. So one question. Yes, please go ahead. Can you give her the mic, please?
Thank you, Professor. My name is Aditi, and I'm from the Indian Institute of Science. My question was, you were discussing a lot about fixation. The two questions were, do you think fixation is something that grows over time? Like as you get older, you learn more about the world, you tend to get more fixated, and like as younger people, you have less fixation. And the second is, can you teach people to unlearn fixation and like kind of come out of it? Like how do you fix that? Like, yeah.
Oh, thank you very much for this excellent question. With design theory, we have the same process like in decision theory. So we have a nice theory, but the way we can apply it, there are biases, and you have a cognitive effect that are here. Just like in decision theory, we know about bounded rationality, etc. So we worked a lot in design theory with cognitivists, and I am not an expert in this, but we work a lot on this. So to answer your first question, my colleagues in neuroscience, they made experiments. The intuition is often that you have more fixation when you're older, but the real process is not that one. The fixation is related to the way you use knowledge. It's not related to the quantity of knowledge, it's related to the way you use it. So when you are young, you have certain fixations. Where you are old, you have certain fixations. To give you an example, you probably know this funny creativity exercise. Find good solution to make that an ant egg launched from 10-meter height doesn't break. And the fixation for adults are I dampen the fall, I slow the egg, or I slow the fall, or I protect the egg. And the parachute is a fixation for adults. For children, the parachute is not a fixation because they don't really know how it works. So for children, this is original. They don't easily go to parachute. They think about protecting, they think about having something on the ground, but they don't really think about parachute. So for children, because they lack this knowledge, this is not a fixation. You see, so interesting, interesting case where we should refine our framework. The second point is when you know about this phenomena, this is exactly like a design issue. So we know that fixation is here, and really the role of design theory is to help us overcome our fixation and the fixation of our time. If you look back in the time, the question German professors had 2 centuries ago was to help technicians overcome their own fixation. And today the question we have is certainly to help designers to overcome certain fixation. We might be fixed by a Schumpeterian view, for instance, on innovation, and think that innovation is a creative distraction. Well, certainly not when it comes to transition. In certain cases, maybe, but in transition, certainly not. In certain culture or tradition, certainly not. The question is much more about creative preservation and overcoming the apparent tension between tradition and innovation, which is really just appearance. You have innovation inside tradition. We had this fantastic concert 2 days ago. You have innovation inside tradition. So tradition is full of innovation. And just understanding how it works, this logic of creative preservation, is certainly one of the fixations of today, where design theory should help. Really, this is what we try to do. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we'd like to have a round of applause for Professor Pascal Levinson for his exposition of the CK theory. Thank you. And with that, we come to the end of this session, and I think we need to felicitate him. So I'll just wait here.
Thank you, sir. It was a pleasure listening and learning from you. I request Professor Chakrabarti to felicitate Professor Pascal Levinson.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Omkar to felicitate.
Yes. So I just have one question. Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of slides that went at the end of the presentation when you did the inaugural. I just need to tell you, can you go back? There is a service design slide also, no? For this after this? Is after this. Which one is? Okay. So there is there are a couple of conferences that are coming up, and I think you might be interested. This is service design conference that's going to happen in IIT Hyderabad in here, 8th to 10th of October 2025, and the submission deadline is 15th January. That's the abstract submission, right? So after that, there will be a full paper submission. Don't get scared. Please submit abstracts for this. So that's the first one. And then let's go to this. So this is the fourth international conference on Industry 4.0 and advanced manufacturing. That's going to happen on IISc Bangalore. And that's on 8 to 9 January next year, 2026. And the abstract submission deadline is 15th of February. So 15th of January and 15th of February. And I stop here.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Omkar to felicitate Professor Chakrabarti for chairing the session. Can we please have a round of applause? Thank you, sir. This brings us to the end of the session. Before we break, we have a few announcements to make. I hope all of you have received the conference kits. A request to all the participants to carry your ID cards at all times, and please keep your belongings with you. And to connect to the internet, you can use the signages to scan the QR codes everywhere. And we will follow up for the panel sessions after this 11:30 a.m. sharp. And for the photograph, it is right outside the convention center. You may take left from the auditorium and move towards the lake. And to help you, we have the volunteers right outside to guide you for a group photograph. And today at 8 p.m., we have Samagati, a cultural program planned at Lecture Hall Complex, LHC 5. And we expect all of you to please be there. And with that, we end this session. Thank you. You can take help from the volunteers outside.
Hello, check.
It's okay now. अभी तो it is in the bag. It's not accessible. Good morning, everyone. I'm just checking in if everyone's here. Do we have Arun, Mr. Arun? Do we have Chair Malay? David? Do we have Prajwal or Atharv? Okay. Do we have Julie? Uh, Itisha? Do we have Itisha? Okay. Do we have Bristi? Bristi? Do we have Kavyashri? Okay. All right. Okay. All right, everyone, we're going to start now. Welcome to Parallel Session 1, Short Podium. I'm Muskan Sharma. I'll be your host for today. The track for this session is Design Teams, Collaboration, Communication. This session will have 8 presentations. A couple of announcements for the presenters. We'll be sticking to the time schedule, so kindly finish your presentations within the stipulated time. The presenter has 5 minutes for their presentation, with 2 minutes for the changeover. A time play card will be displayed when 2 minutes are remaining, when 2 minutes are left. So the time play card person is sitting right here and he'll show 2 minutes left, followed by a final ring that your time is over. And for the audience, there will be a question answer session which will follow after the presentations. So the audience is encouraged to note down all of their questions beforehand and do not interrupt the presentations in the middle. Kindly switch off your phones or put them to silent mode before we start. This session is chaired by Professor Malay Patel. Dr. Malay, he is an associate professor at UID Gandhinagar, is an interdisciplinary academician with over a decade of expertise in business development, education, and research. Holding a PhD in business commerce and pursuing a second in philosophy at the University of Warsaw, he explores ancient philosophies, metaethics, and their links to sustainability. I would request Professor Malay Patel to now initiate the session.
Shall we start with the first session and the first paper, which is going to be read by Arun? And the paper is Fostering Collaboration and Effective Group Learning, a Framework for a Design Education. Welcome, Arun.
Check, yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, all. I would like to talk about a research, small research, which we have done. So, starting with so we mostly many of us ask the question, why are we here? But I want to start with talking about how are we here. Is So we are here as a human being due to two major distinctly abilities, that is the tool use and the collaborate level of cooperation. Can you check this thing? It has some problem. So nevertheless, but so we as a human species have developed due to a level of cooperation and coordination that we do, which helps us create a society, and it is due to the It is due to this coordination that we are able to be here presenting at Icord, listening to me. I would really thank Icord to give me this opportunity. So while understanding about or looking in the corporation level where collaboration is the most important part, we started looking at the educational setup where group projects are happening for the students. So while we're doing the study, we focused on batch of semester 2 of interaction design students at Karnavati University, where we, as a part of academic work, we around 30 to 40 students, we try to understand what is a group work and how it is done. So we compared this group work in two projects. One is Discover Design India, one is Interaction Integrated Foundation Project. While we were studying, we understood that there are these four parts where students are facing problem or having an impact. That is whom they are working with, what they will be working on, and how are they supposed to complete that work in group, individual, and where it is supposed to be present. So there were different factors which came in, where the groups are made randomly, and then mostly as it is made randomly, they chose on their interest and what has to be done based on their skill and what roles they will attach. Here we see some people rising as leaders eventually, when we found out that students are mostly opting their leaders on their own, and they have a discussion, but how they present, the presentation is the part where they get assessed for their work. So that happens at the end where they were presenting in group. Okay. So there were some problems because they were at the starting they are not aware of how their group members will be. So that was a problem. And for instructors, it is easier for instructors to deal with the students in a group when there is a large number. So it is much more helpful for 2 minutes over. Helpful for instructor also to do that. So we conducted DDI in a very formal group wise session where they started with a group, then they took their own roles, and then they were while merging they again started working in a group and presented in a group. For DDI, for foundation project, they started as a group where they selected a space, And in the what part, they chose their own area to work in, or the problem they work in. So slowly, when they were working in how, they started to do their own work, and ultimately they presented their own work as an individual project. So the project started as a group and ended in a individual project. This helped majorly for assessment and for their own satisfaction also, because the contribution is something which is a big problem working in a group. कि बहुत बार ये discussion होता है कि he's not working and I'm doing all the work, whereas when they present it as a group, where we tried, they have their own project which they'll present at the end. So after this, they were really happy about it, and as they were working in a group, they were able to go in a wider direction for the research. And when they selected their own project, they could go into the depth of their own selected area or the selected problem. This also reflected in DDI work, which was a completely group project where students again created their own output as a presentation. So this had a positive impact on their DDI work also. So that's the major part where we looked into things. I think, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. Okay, next presentation is by me, Malay Patel. I would be taking it. Good morning, one and all. The time banking as a concept is actually well accepted in the Western countries, particularly, and more recently, we are always actually looking forward for a kind of a new currency, which can exchange our actually current currencies. So we actually toyed around and experiment with an idea of actually a time banking, particularly. Can we exchange time and can we audit it? With a new recent technology we can do it. So this is what our whole idea was all about. Okay, so you can see time banking is not a very new concept. Particularly, we had taken an inspiration from the Edgar Cahan's 1980s work, and which encourages collaboration and mutual growth. And how it works, it's as simple as this: as we actually swap money for the exchange of services, can we exchange time, particularly? So it's like a kind of a skill exchange which we wanted to promote, and this can be utilized in the creative industry in Indian settings. So we are just experimenting with this idea. So why it in creative industry? In creative industry, the collaboration, innovations are key, and the skills are the currency foster and mutual support. So we had taken a pilot project at UID Gandhinagar, and we started actually toying around with this idea. We have actually 8 functional departments of design which have been working, and we try to actually understand what is the key skill which a design student can actually exchange with its fellow students. So this is how we started with this. So the methodology was very simple. Particularly, we first actually made a kind of a qualitative survey. We actually surveyed around 30 students particularly and made an in-depth interview about them. And then actually we also made a sample of around 450 students and also actually gathered a quantitative data. So the benefits, if you can look into, there are physical actually capacities which we can build. There can be a human capital which we can encourage. There is a huge, a kind of a unleashed talent which has been there, which can be exchanged here. And then the cultural capital can also play a role. The challenges is likely what are the kind of a core competency a person has in him. It's very difficult to find out, and what kind of skill exchange he would facilitate. It's also very difficult to find out. And there are skill barriers, so that's what actually that would be the problem. There are also social barriers. People generally, if at all, who are very lethargic, they don't value time. How we would actually exchange time? So this is also a kind of a problem which we faced and encountered. So there are future opportunities. If we can see, it's just like actually the Bitcoin is a new currency which has been there. Can we take time as a currency? That's a larger proposition which we propose. And based on this, our entire actually experiments are based. And with the kind of a latest technology which we have right now, there are chances that we can audit these kind of actually time and can make an exchange. Particularly in the world today is also been looking forward for such kind of a technologies where actually skill based time exchanges can be possible. So this can be future opportunities where time as a currency can be helpful, and this can be a great design hub where the people can just actually collaborate on the basis of the time and exchange the skills. So this is what we propose, and we are actually just working on this. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Next paper is uh, a novel music based device for an hand motor skills. Sorry, the next paper is by David Dellal, Urban Design Case Study Establishing a Creative Community from Ideation to Realization. David.
Hello to everyone. I'm David and I'm urban designer, and today we will speak about urban process. So the community is one of the vital elements that shape cities. Unfortunately, urban renewal can sometimes lead to erasing urban identity. So now we'll talk about the case study that I done in Tel Aviv, south of Tel Aviv, on the outskirts of the city. In this building, it's like built on the 60s, and it's like contains 44 different industries in the building, artists, designer, craftsmen, and so on and so on. The challenge was to prove to the municipality that this structure is important to the future urban fabric because there is a special community that can collaborate with the different communities. So stage one, investigate the structure. We investigate all the structure. It's like 10,000 square meters, very big. He have like divided to 3 parts. It look the same in all the parts, like blue big doors. You cannot understand what's going on inside because it's very dark. Stage two was investigate the user through questionnaire, observation, and personal interviews. After thirdly understanding the user experience within the structure and the dynamic of the occupants, we have reached the stage of providing tailored solutions. So the stage in design, and the design language was taken from the craftsmen that they made all the things over there. So the first thing is because the poor orientation over there, we did like wayfinding signs that back up with wayfinding stickers. This guy is called Shlomo. He's working over there like for 40 years. He make 40 stools, and we just spread them on the public areas on the building. Before we didn't have one stool to sit on. We made a plaza that people can gather and sit down. We made a display window for exhibition that the resident artists from this place can present their art over there, and then people get to know them. It's looking like that at the end. We put lamps, and we put a lot of vegetations to make soft a little bit the feel of the metal over there. So after completing this patch, we gaining the trust of the people of the community that over there, and only then we could start. We can start in connecting between them. Stage 4 was connecting with the community. So this guy, he have a shoe factory over there. He gave us a mold, and we took this mold. We published that we're going to do event, creativity event.
for 400 people. The people came and each one of them create something on the mold. After this, we put the mold on the public spaces on this building, and each time the person saw this shoe, he got attachment to the space, and he understand that he's part of a bigger picture. We made events, happy hour events, that getting together everyone, and they get to know each other, did of their lecture and stuff like that. And after this stage, the community came together, start to collaborating, and the energy started to be really high over there, and the space started to be really good for communication. After this stage, the last stage was connecting with other communities. We did a pop-up exhibition. We collect all the disposal, all the waste from the 44 industries that working over there, and we brought 35 artists that took all this disposal, and in 14 hours they made kind of art installation that was over there in the morning. And this art is reflecting 100% the character of the building, because it's made from the waste from all the industries over there. So at the end, all this yellow, it was supposed to be demolished. If you can recognize the building on the top, it was also supposed to be demolished, but after this project, the city hall remained. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for a wonderful presentation. Uh, okay. Meanwhile, anyone actually, if you have any kind of a questions, you can raise it. Any questions?
Yeah, everybody's going to win, because it's also going to be on the urban new fabric, and they didn't want it. And then they told to this company, okay, if you will convince us that there is really something special in this building, we will take it. So after we did all this process, it took all what you saw over here, it took like almost 2 years. After those 2 years, after the pop-up exhibition, we had a big presentation for the municipality, and then they said, okay, we will take it for free in the building. Yeah. But the most important thing is there is going to be like, it's kind of a new urban identity for the city, that you have kind of this kind of building next to residential neighborhood, and to see how they are reflecting each other. They are very happy.
So this is again for to all the presenters. I mean, so far we have heard three presentations. All of them sounded like design projects. Would be good to hear is also what are the research insights from each of them. A brief on that. Yeah. Research insights. So this is a design project and it's a design outcome. But what is the research insight? What do we learn from it from a research perspective?
Okay, from the research perspective, there is few perspectives that I can say. One of them, it's the users, the community that was over there. It was not easy to gain their trust.
It took like maybe almost a whole year to do it. So like at the beginning, they was really suspicious at us. They didn't know if our intention is really clear or we're going to do something, I don't know what. Uh, so it took a lot of time to work with them, like to spend time with them, to make kind of lectures, to explain them exactly what we are going to do, and to ask them what they think will be better for this place and for them. And only after we start to do like to design the place, they understand that we are serious, and only then they start to cooperate with us. And when they start to cooperate, this is the time that the project he was like um, fly to the sky, because when somebody not cooperate with you, you put all your effort to convince him. But on the time that he's convinced already and he try to work with you, to collaborate with you, that's it. This is very easy to make the project afterwards.
Okay, can we continue with the presentations? Now, may I call upon Prajwal Prabhu, Atharva Athavle, and they are going to actually deliver a talk on exploring research lab dynamics, insights from transactive memory systems, TMS for design teams.
Yeah. So, yeah, good morning to everyone present here. I am Athar and I'll be presenting the research on topic exploring research lab dynamics, insights from transactive memory system for design teams. And our paper ID is 548. Now, when we see this figure, what do you understand by looking at it? Other than that, it's Apple products, right? So, other than that, we notice that each product has the same corner, the same rounded edges, and they're overlapping on top of each other across different products. See, you see a Mac and an iPhone overlapping across different generations and even across hardware and software. You see, even the app icons have the same corner radius in the bottom right corner. Now, what do we understand by this? These decisions, where you have thought through the whole lineup, do not originate solely from the bottom up in the corporate hierarchy, but rather from the top down when the leadership really cares. So, leadership matters for making design teams better. Steve Jobs and Sir Johnny Ive were known to be real taskmasters to make their products really good and better. But does only leadership matter? And is only strong leadership good enough for making better designs? The answer is no. Other factors matter, like team composition, project factors, like how complicated is the project, leadership, and resources, tools, and supports. Without resources, you can't make great products. And you need communication and collaboration as well. Now, how is collaboration being measured? Is what we are looking at. You have two ways, the qualitative and quantitative methods, but each requires a different study and it's tedious to conduct. It's a very longitudinal way. So to look at a factor, to see both these factors, we are looking at using transactive memory system to assess the collaboration dynamics. Now, what is TMS? I'll give a simple example to explain the entire thing. Now you have team A and B, as you can see there. Now, assuming we continue with the Apple example, team A is maybe a front end team for iOS, and team B is a back end team. So, team A has a lead front end person. He will be interacting in the professional service team. He is nominated from the first team. And in team B, you have a backend person. So the lead backend person is nominated in the professional service team. Now, if the front end team has a question regarding the backend, they need not need to find who do I contact first. They'll just go to the professional service team and they'll find a person there. So this is the concept of group memory, where everyone does not need to know everything. You will be specialized in your field, and you can rely on the others, which helps build the dynamics forward. Now, the structure of the study is as follows. We have three interconnected topics in the research lab. There were 7 PhD students, 2 postdocs, and 4 interns, along with a group leader of the research group. Now, there were 9 factors measured by Singh and others. Now, why we have decided to use this is evaluating various factors efficient is not very efficient. So it's important to measure these factors in a single study by grouping them. This work has been done by Singh and others, and we are leveraging this concept to move forward. Now, we collected data in four ways: human to human to software, human to hardware, and human to analog. These are the mappings used. So, the result collected was shown in form of a matrix, which is easy to visualize, and the rows are represented by the person filling the form, and the columns are represented by the human, software, hardware, and analog, which follows. To maintain privacy, both the rows were marked with an asterisk. So, how do we understand the result? The rows is the person who has filled the form, and in this case, it's human to human. So, we are measuring centrality. We see a lot of red for the third person there. So, that means third person is highly central to the group. Now, I'll explain this further. This is the result of all 9 factors measured, as mentioned. Now, the group leadership is seen in the lab where the research group leader is highly central to the lab, and there was software redundancy, which for the same application, different softwares were being used. Hardware has been rated very highly in the lab. Trust and information quality has been given a lot of importance. The software backup has been considered to be more important than hardware and analog, and reinforcement of expertise of humans were rated more than reinforcement for the software and the. Now, what do we understand by all these results? Centrality reflects hierarchical structure that is common in academic labs. Everyone wants a top-down validation of their research at the end of the day. But yeah, we were saying that the PhD students were not able to collaborate efficiently with each other due to this structure, even though the topics were interconnected. And survey participants have not thought much about human to hardware and analog. So there is a possible opportunity to bring awareness there and improve that system as well. Although the research lab setting is the main focus of this study, insights into team dynamics can be applied to corporate as well, where they have surveys, and it can also be applied to further bigger academic settings where this can be further developed. This is just a pilot. The main picture is delving into situational awareness and connecting it to different ways of broadcasting and so on. So this I'll be concluding my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Atharva. Now, may I call upon Julie Diori and Abhijit Padnun, and the topic is Preserving Assam's Tribal Textile Heritage, a Comprehensive Approach for Future Generations. There is a technical glitch out there. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My presentation title is Preserving Tribal Textile Heritage of Assam, a Comprehensive Approach for Future Generation. Uh, my study focuses on preservation of Assam tribal textile motifs, ensuring their transmission for future generations while maintaining their cultural significance and historical importance. And the background is Assam is the home to diverse tribes with rich and unique handloom traditions. Tribal motifs symbolize cultural identity, spirituality, and historical significance. Problem statement: decline in weaving practices among young generations, lack of systematic efforts for preservation of textile motifs, which is limited by fragility, lack of precision, reduced durability, and scalability challenges. This figure shows method of traditional method of textile preserving textile motifs. The aim of my study is to preserve and promote the tribal textile motifs of Assam's Brahmaputra Valley. and objective. To address the aim, a threefold strategy have been adopted as follows: document and digitize tribal motifs to retain cultural and historical context, apply digitized motifs to assess societal acceptance, raise awareness, and train artisans to sustain these traditions. And the methodology, adopted methodology to achieve the aim and objective is shown as the following diagram. My key findings: field study highlights location. The field study focuses on four major districts with sufficient significant tribal populations: Visnath, Dima Hasao, Sipsagar, and Sonitpur. Cultural significance of motifs: tribal textile motifs reflect deep connections to nature, folklore, ecological diversity, serving as cultural identifiers and symbols of heritage. Diverse motif styles. Each tribe exhibits unique motifs and weaving patterns, showcasing a distinct style influences by their environment and traditions. Challenges identified: lack of systematic preservation, diminished interest among young generations, and proposed preservation strategy: documentize and digitization, create a comprehensive digital archive application, apply motive to modern products to assess accessibility, awareness and training, educate artisans and young generations. The figure shows first digital approach where design elements is extracted and its meaning, graphical representation of the motif is shown, and how to use in different ways. And my figure four shows application based approach. Research outcome and conclusion. Research outcome: documented and digitized tribal motifs with cultural and narratives, create a digital archive for easy access and future references, positive user feedback on products indicating market potential. Conclusion: tribal textile heritage at risk due to the lack of preservation strategy. Threefold strategy effectively preserve and promote heritage. Strategy empowers weavers, artisans, and open new opportunities for global corporations collaborations. The figure 5 shows the artisan working on traditional handloom. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next paper is From Heritage to Luxury, Elevating Saharanpur's Wood Carving Craft to Global Markets. And Itisha Agarwal and Saurabh Tiwari has written it. May I call the authors, please? Itisha Agarwal and Saurabh Tiwari, are you there? Okay. Okay, fine. So we can discuss on the papers which has been discussed so far. Any questions for Julie or any papers which have been presented? Okay, I have a question for Julie then. Okay, Julie, how can the modern applications of tribal motifs such as lifestyle products ensure culture preservation without commodification?
So can
Okay, how can this modern applications of tribal motifs such as lifestyle products ensure cultural preservation without commodification? Yeah, because see, commercialization would be there. So how would you preserve that kind of natural?
so in my paper I have
Okay.
modified step by step.
Okay.
Actually, one of my product I have come along with me.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I?
Yeah, please. Okay. Yes.
Motif I can extract and modify it
Okay.
and convert it to a stone.
Okay.
So you can.
Okay, no. Okay, got it. I can. Thank you. Thank you for this explanation. Uh, for the people who actually presented on this transactive memory system, can you just elaborate how does leadership centrality impact peer-to-peer collaboration within the interconnected design teams? Can you just elaborate a bit on that?
Hello. Sir, can you repeat?
Yeah.
Like, can you repeat the questions?
Okay, how does leadership, you discussed about the leadership,
Leadership.
right? So how does this leadership centrality impact peer-to-peer collaboration within the interconnected design teams?
Okay. So if there are two teams, two design teams with the same leader, it's natural that both the teams will be reporting to the leader, whatever findings they have or whatever problems they have.
Okay.
They will go to the leader. But this is good in a way that the leader knows what's going on within the teams and he is able to mediate the. But but when there is a conflict situation, both the teams will not be able to figure out on their own without involving the leader, and there is like lesser collaboration because design teams, even though they may be segregated differently in corporate, they have to collaborate to make a better product. So the collaboration may be hindered. So that is why.
Thank you. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, so there are like multiple factors for all of these, but for the study we have used 9 factors proposed in a previous study, which like in the end aggregate all the factors as a subset or a superset of those 9 factors. So like I'll just refer to my slide for a second to see the factors. Yeah, so there is personal dynamics right within the team. So now not everyone will like everyone in a team, or they'll have some personal differences, or I don't know. Many teams have different dynamics. So if you do interviews or study where you don't remain anonymous, nobody is going to tell that I have a problem or I have a. So to solve all of these factors and also come up with a way to measure qualitatively rather than just social network analysis or just surveys, we found this to be a better way to get some results. Has that answered your question? Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Okay, may I call upon Bristi Saika and Supradeep Das. And their paper is a review of craft and design collaboration in context of traditional crafts.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. Today I'm Risti Ankita Saikia, and today I'm here to discuss a topic on a review on collaborative approaches and the dynamics between traditional handicrafts and design. Uh, Moving forward, uh, with the definition of handicrafts as given by the GST Council of India, handicrafts are goods which are predominantly made by hands. However, hand tools, small amount of hand tools or machineries can also be involved. It is made mostly for functional and decorative purposes. For example, weaving, pottery, wood carving, and embroidering, etc. However, traditional handicrafts are those which are culturally connected to a community of a particular place, and it is of utmost importance because of acting as a medium of cultural identity, which act as a carrier of cultural heritage, and also because of the economic importance it has, since it generate employment, uh, generate foreign exchange, and stimulates the local market. A little background on the research. There are various challenges faced by handicrafts, traditional handicrafts of the country, be it for education, be it competition in the market with foreign goods and etc. However, researchers has mentioned there are opportunities through collaboration. Yeah, opportunities. There are diverse opportunities through collaboration, design collaboration, to revive these crafts and further reach to make them reach the global market and preserve the cultural heritage. However, even though there is growing interest in this collaboration, there is a lack of proper understanding how this collaboration works, and also the discourse is very unclear. Therefore, through this research, we aim to provide a comprehensive literature review on the current state of art on handicraft and design collaboration in the context of traditional crafts. So what we which will answer to answer key two underlying questions, that is why traditional crafts are being collaborated with innovative design approaches and what motivates these efforts. Second is how these collaborations are being carried out. The methodology we have followed is of an qualitative one inductive approach, where we search a string of keywords in Web of Science, which brought us into after exclusion and inclusion criteria, brought us into 30 papers, and we did a thematic analysis of these papers, which and we have identified themes which answered two of the very important questions, that is why and how are of these collaborations. The first key finding of why traditional crafts are being collaborated with innovative design approaches resulted in 9 themes that we have named as collaborative dynamics, and those are so I'm going to answer this. Why traditional handicrafts are being collaborated with innovative design approaches is to bring in like market potential and relevance. Okay. So for sustainability and ethical production, to bring in competitive advantage and knowledge exchange, to bring in creativity and motivation, to promote unique aesthetics and functional innovation, for heritage preservation and cultural exchange, for adaptation, modernization, and revitalization. Similarly, for collaborative processes and community development, for design and research enhancement. Similarly, the key findings too were how these collaborations are being carried out are resulted in this result in collaborating approaches, which are techniques and adaptation through collaboration and knowledge transfer. So by exploring material and bringing in innovation, by integrating digital technologies, by promoting hybridization and fusion of technologies, through cultural and heritage influence, sustainability and functionality, by promoting design processes and innovation, and through training and education. This brings us to the conclusion that there is a huge potential of collaboration as it brings in different perspectives from diverse fields to solve a particular problem. However, there are challenges in the collaboration from power dynamics, from balancing the tradition with the innovation, etc. But we have to start somewhere, and this work of mine will act as a foundation for future researchers who can further have a deeper comprehension of the collaboration spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Uh, Now, the last paper in this session, uh, a novel music-based device for hand motor skills, rehabilitation of children with cerebral palsy through multi-user centric co-design. So, Kavya Shri is the one who is going to present. Kavya Shri, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kavyashree Venkatesh from IIT Guwahati, here to present our work, a novel music-based device for hand motor skill rehabilitation of children with cerebral palsy. So, to begin with, children with special needs, focusing specially on cerebral palsy, require hand motor skill rehabilitation as well as some kind of holistic support which encapsulates education, functional skills, behavioral training as part of rehabilitation. And music therapy is considered as a premier mode of rehabilitation for these kind of children to overcome some of the problems that you can see, which is neuroplasticity, and they do not have rhythm between their hand and motor coordination, their gait training, as well as to improve their fine motor skills. So integrating music into their rehabilitation not only make the entire rehabilitation engaging, but also helps them sustain it for a longer duration and also help improve the outcomes of it. So here, what we are trying to do in this work is to explore this aspect of imbibing the musical experience in coming up with a therapeutic rehabilitation device in collaboration with special educators and musical experts, employing Encode, which is a multi-user centric co-design approach. So starting with undertaking secondary research where we went through multiple literature and also the products available in the market, we understood that there are different kinds of musical intervention techniques which could be implemented to help in motor training, and there are also a lot of off-the-shelf toys to aid in motor rehabilitation for children. But of course, there exist few gaps. The major one was there is no efficient system of tracking this kind of motor rehabilitation or the improvements for the kids, and also providing auditory feedback and also rhythmic simulations were lacking, and also different kinds of auditory and visual cues to be given to the caregivers on to how the child is improving was another gap found. And along with this, in the market survey, we also found that an affordable intervention was essential, which could be easily used at home and which could enable continuous and convenient rehabilitation for a prolonged usage. So we employed a multi-user centric co-design, as you can see, which has three phases, starting with pre-design planning, then we have problem finding and solution seeking, and each of these phases have multiple steps incorporated with them. So phase one focuses on identifying a rehabilitation center or a clinical expert to regularly collaborate with, and moving forward in phase two, an extensive comprehensive observations, interactions with the clinical experts are undertaken to understand the specific needs and requirements to come up with the device or the solution. And in phase three, in collaboration with the clinical expert who act as a proxy for these kits, an iterative process of conceptualization, ideation is undertaken, where along with the design team, the rehabilitation team or the clinical experts also play a major role, highlighting the significance of the multi-user centric co-design process. So the outcomes of the entire process, as you can see, few pictures are the prototypes and the mock-ups. So we, in the first phase, we understood that establishing a connection with the rehabilitation institute or an organization was very important for regular interactions with the clinical experts, and this enabled further detailed observation, which would not have possible if there is no proper connect with the institution. And along with collaborating with the speech therapist or a special educator, multiple concepts were generated and various mock-ups were prototyped, as you can see. Finally, we have a harmonium inspired device which aids in music rehabilitation for motor training for children with cerebral palsy. So this harmonium inspired prototype has multiple motor functions: push, pull, press, rotate, which can aid children to undertake this rehabilitation not in a rigorous way, but also in form of an interactive and engaging platform. And along with this, one of the gaps that I previously spoke about was tracking. So along with the hardware, we have an integrated application which could help the caregivers or the clinical experts track how the improvements are happening for the kids. The product was presented to a group of special educators and commented for the purpose stated. And the prototype was found to be meeting the stated goals as mentioned before. So from the reflections, I would state that the pre-design phase helped in connecting with the clinical experts in the problem finding a niche need was found out to present a unique problem and a solution. In the solution seeking phase, because the clinical expert was involved, there was regular interaction, finally helping us to come up with a unique product where the clinical experts behaved as a proxy for children. However, the limitation from the reflection of the designer was how do we include secondary research in the overall Icord process. So in the future work, the MVP is underway, and also further work entails conducting an elongated study for efficacy testing of the device. These are the references. Thank you. We would like to acknowledge the Rehabilitation Center, which supported us in the study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the session is open for all kind of discussions. Anyone? Actually, any questions? The last presentation was very interesting, and I have some questions. Uh, could this music-based rehabilitation device can be adapted for other neurological conditions or age group? You have any evidences for that? Yep, please. Okay.
Thank you for the question and comment, sir. Though we started with a specific use case when we approached the rehabilitation center for regular interaction, we got this wonderful comment that not just restricted to cerebral palsy, but you can expand it to children with autism, children having ADHD. So this not just helps them in motor rehabilitation, but the music aspect of it can help them improve concentration and focus on any kind of rehabilitation activities that they would perform. So in our future work, not just restrict to this, but once we build a proper MVP, we would like to explore other areas as well.
And what about the specific features of the harmonium-inspired devices contribute to most of the improving motor skills and engagement in these therapy sessions?
Yes. So what we did in the process was when we observed the sessions, we noted along with what were the important motor skills that these kids must undertake. So like I mentioned in the prototype also, you can see there are different, if I can just go back quickly. Yeah. So you can see the elements of prototype are built such that it could trigger different actions for the kids. So the knobs in the front helps in push-pull action, and the harmoniums, the flip will help in the squeeze action. And there are a lot of buttons and knobs placed such that all those actions could be trained for the kids. So what happens in the regular rehabilitation activities is they just ask the child to perform these actions manually. So that gets boring for the kids and slightly hectic. So this could be a device or a play-based method of training the kids. So and this were also verified by the expert, the specific actions validated by them, also based on the literature.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is Vijay Rangaran from TCS. So we have seen a lot of papers about the design. Okay, so like they have done that some sort of research and then come up with the design model. Okay, but the most important thing, that statistical analysis. Okay, so how we have come up with that design based on some practical scenario you have seen, how many cases you have handled. Okay, and what is the statistical ranking, and then marketing research also. Okay, can you elaborate on this one? But none of the slides in this whole thing, there is no statistical information about the design. Okay, so practical scenario, we are interested from the industry point of view. We are very much interested.
So I'll take this question and answer on our perspective. Sir, so as I mentioned, we have come up with a prototype and evaluated the design methodology that was proposed. But because this involves intervention with the vulnerable group, which are children with cerebral palsy or special needs, we are in the process of improvising the prototype, build a proper MVP, get the proper ethics approved, and then do the testing. So that elongated testing will result in the statistical feedback that we would require.
Like, here various symptoms. Okay, cerebral palsy. Okay, so you have examined 100 children. So out of 100 children, many disorders will be there. Okay, agony, mentally retarded, so many things. Okay, so you need to classify, so which symptom occurs most of the time. Okay, based on that, so you start designing into the drone, then it will give you a robust model for the design.
Thank you. Wonderful question. As you can see, this is a part only of one of the master's thesis project, and you would have seen various. And most of the thesis projects in our institute, we are from IIT Guwahati, is very deeply grounded in research. So it is background work. It has been on the market. What are the products available, etc. And that there aren't enough for such a diverse and niched group. Cerebral palsy is a very interesting problem because these children are mentally not retarded. They're physically suddenly disabled, and it's quite heartbreaking because they, in other senses, have the full maturity to behave as other children. Their body doesn't enable it. So this problem, in fact, came to us from the center where they said that we have so many children, even our children, the blessed enabled ones, hand motor skill is a very primary function that requires to be developed. So this work, along with various others, have been grounded on a design model called multi-user centric co-design, which has two aspects. One, that it is collaborative design, which is very essential when we're designing for diverse groups and niche groups, because we do not empathize, or we are, well, it's difficult to empathize. The second is the fact that when you are offering therapy, you are not just the primary user. The therapist is a user, your parent is a user, your sibling may be a user. So there's a huge social side to it. And then comes the product physical side, where you are right, where we require those, the specific ergonomic or human factor elements which need to be statistically deduced. Interestingly enough, there aren't standards for this group. So we are having to work and generate it pretty much ground up as we are testing and getting clinical feedback. So I really appreciate the question. So it's very interesting, and I would love to have a talk with you if you can.
Do you have any tie-up with IIT Madras and corporate organization TCS like that. Yeah, but, TCS is doing that corporate social responsibility for many activities. Okay, and IIT Madras also doing in TCS senior scientist Dr. Vishwanath Ganeshan. Uh, he is doing some sort of uh, programs. Okay, for a child celebrity palsy and mentally retarded students. Okay, he's they are planning to start a school or some sort of curriculum they want to make it up. Okay, so with the IIT Madras, I will give the contact details. Okay, yeah, it will be helpful. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for all your comments and the feedback. Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank all the presenters and participants for their dedication, insightful contributions. The discussion sparks by these papers were undoubtedly inspiring, and new ideas and collaborations are driving innovation in field of design, teamwork, and communication. Thank you. Thank you.
We are here at the end of the session. Thank you, Professor Malay. This has been a wonderful session. I would now like to call Julian Raxum to facilitate the chair. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the presenters, our chair, Professor Malay, and the team, Vineet and Satyendra, who have been working in the background very hard to make this seamless. Also, a big thanks to all of the audience for their time and enthusiasm. Now, an announcement, we can break for lunch, and we have the next session at 2 p.m., which is a panel discussion on design education. Thank you.